up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, it's too late to try to go contain it. A generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I refuse to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world is too anxious, we'll adapt, evolve, survive, and save it. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind. We're down here on Earth, away from the space station. During this time of crisis, if you may not have heard, is they're calling for worldwide jihad. This is according to our propaganda ministers have been telling us that they are calling for full-on worldwide jihad, and of course it's Friday the 13th. What a perfect time to like this. I don't believe anything's really going to come about from it. I really don't. I myself do not believe that anything is going to come about from this. I think it's just another bunch of crap to get people more and more in fear of these people that they want to go in there and destroy. Ultimately, as we talked about the other night, this is all about it's all about the trying to get into war with Iran, which is going to, of course, bring us in along with Russia, because Russia's allied, possibly China, definitely Syria. I mean, hell, they're really pushing for this. Why do they want wars with that? This chaos, this destruction. Oh my goodness, we could hear it. We got guests. We're showing up here. See what we got here. We got Dreamy.
Good evening.
Good to see you, Dreamy. What's going on?
Thank you. Life is talking.
All right, there it was. I had it on loop.
Oh.
There's Darth Hater.
Hey, Darth.
What's happening?
I don't know. I'm not taking any chances, man. I'm ready for the jihad, baby.
I'll see that.
Oh, just a quick note to everybody while we're out there. Now, I am back on my new system. Okay. They said they replaced the motherboard or some shit like that. I did a test run this afternoon. Everything seems to be working fine. However, that doesn't mean anything. So if something happens and I blow out for some reason, I'll be back.
We'll know they beamed you up, all right?
Yeah, something's happened. Either that or I've got hit by. How come they're not using Scud missiles anymore? Remember those were a big fear back in the 90s?
Yeah.
That's what Charles Jaco and that other clown were hiding from, saying, oh, it could have tear gas or it could have nerve gas and shit in it too. And one guy puts on him a chemical mask, and the other guy puts on a helmet. And it's like, take your pick. They only had one of each. So, hey, you're shit out of luck. If it's a chemical bomb, this guy lives. If it's an exploding bomb, this guy lives, whatever.
All right.
So it's kind of disgusting to see them beating the war drums so avidly. If you've been paying attention to anything I like to see what people on social media are saying, and you get kind of a general pulse as to what's going on in reality. And you got people like Ben Shapiro, of course, he's just beating the war drums for wanting to go, let's go stomp the shit out of them. Fuck these guys, blah, 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 blah. But of course, that's his job. He's always on the side of anything.
Those people never hurt me. So I ain't for going and hurting no one. Why should we?
Ain't no reason.
Exactly.
Ain't no reason. But see, this is the thing that people are griping about. I mean, so people are looking at this the wrong way. These people are, you guys know what shooting fish in a barrel is, right?
Yeah.
Turkey shoot.
Open the barrel and kill your fish.
Yeah. I mean, it's like, here's what they got going on. These people are pretty much in an open air prison, right? And so now to punish, because of Hamas, which we already discussed the other night, is a product of the Mossad anyways. That's Israel's baby, okay? And they'll have them fire some rockets in, and they get to go in there and put the smackdown on these people. They make no bones about it, most of them, that they want to exterminate every last Palestinian in the region. So, it looks pretty evident to me. So now, how do they get out? They warned them, said, everybody get out. That's like you telling the fish, okay, swim away.
Well, I seen something where Mossad said he did not start this. He did not do this. So I know what we've seen before is like with what happened in 9/11, they did their own inside crap and then blamed it on some dude out there in some kind of cave or whatever. Right. Sick and dying and all that in Afghanistan. So we already know, and they do the same thing every day in our court system here. They make these false allegations, and then you have to go before the priest that sits up there in his black robe and get judged. And I have a question for you, Sovereign, and Darth, either one of you. Why was the Pope so damn mad when Trump got into office? Why was he so angry? Anyone know?
I think it has something to do with he knew Trump was coming for that gold. I think there's something happened when Trump went and visited the Vatican, because he looked really not like a happy camper.
Well, yeah.
During that visit.
Yeah, that. And also, what else did Trump do? He went to Israel, and what else did he do there?
I know he humped that wall. They all do that.
He made Jerusalem the capital.
Yeah, well, he moved our embassy to Jerusalem. He didn't make Jerusalem the capital. Tel Aviv's still a capital. But that's the first step in it. Now what they got going on, see, is they want this as a reason to be able to bring down that dome. They want to bring down the Dome of the Rock because it sits on the site where the third temple's supposed to go up. They've already got plans out for this thing. They've already slaughtered the calf.
Okay. Well, remember I was talking about history the other night?
Right.
And something's always bothered me about, this system that, we find ourselves entrenched in. So not last night, the night before. It was last night. But anyways, in the last couple days, I decided I would check on something because remember in Texas, whenever people moved there prior to it becoming a state, there was already people moving into Texas and settling in there. And they were rounding up those cattle, the ones that were left behind by the Spaniards.
All
The
right.
Texas Longhorn is actually a Spanish cattle that was imported by Spain. And then go back into the 1400s when Spain started talking about taking over and what to do with the Americas. That doesn't just mean the United States, that's Canada, Mexico, and on all that.
Mm-hmm.
So I got to thinking, I'm like, somebody said something and it just jogged my thoughts. And they said, oh, all roads lead back to Rome. And I thought, wait a minute. I've been hearing that all my life, but that just don't sit right with me for some reason. So I typed in, who's the Pope of Spain, into my search bar. Well, Francis is the Pope of Spain. So what is he in Rome? He's the Bishop of Rome. Also, whenever Israel became a country, the Pope was there to do that ceremony thing because he sits at the head of it, the head of the beast. And so they created that. I'm just saying, these are things I ask questions about, and then the answers just seem to land in my lap whenever I start asking those questions.
What do you think, Darth?
I'm gonna be honest. I don't get into all that Pope shit. I don't know. I feel like like you're pretty much saying, it's just a ploy to get us all into a war. I mean, they've been trying to do this for how long now? They started with another incident, like 6 months ago, 4 months ago, maybe even if that.
Well, what they do is you got to look at it and see. Okay, so yeah, there's that where it's a rich man's game. They profit from war. We have an entire weapons industry that without war they don't make money. Okay, so it's always so they grease these politicians to be in favor of war, and they give these politicians stocks. And so what happens is like, hey, your stocks are going to go up if this goes to war. Yeah. And they try to hide behind some kind of a justifiable means in order to do it. And meanwhile, they rake in money. And if you get popular, you see.
Right. And if you don't terrorize the people and put them in, fear of their very lives, who are they going to control?
Well, I think this is really crazy because as you were talking, this kind of scrolled by over on the other screen. This is, as you were talking, this came up. I didn't even look for this. So I don't even know really. It's only like 2 minutes long. Check this out. Bill Clinton. There's Hillary.
כל ימי חייך וראה בנים לבניך שלום על ישראל וראה בנים לבניך שלום על ישראל
That right there makes no sense.
וראה בנים לבניך שלום על ישראל וראה בנים לבניך שלום על ישראל
They're just keeping their alliance.
The Sanders. I mean, look at all these guys, man.
It goes along with all the lies of flat earth, the lies with these Mandela effects to get you to believe something that isn't so. The confounding and confusing the languages. So they say they use the same word like drive as a means to add in.
Did you see that? Hold up. Did you see that? Now here's ultra right wing conservative. Hang on a second. Let me go back.
I'll be your huckleberry.
Jared Kushner. All right. So check this out right here. This is crazy. Okay, wow. There's Mike Huckabee. Mike Huckabee, the right-wing Christian, Bible Belt dude, right? Over there wearing one of them beanies and kissing up to what is up with this?
It's a cult.
The The Pope, for Christ's sake. Aren't they like, what? Judeo and Christian, they're not the same. It's, you got to stop this shit, man. They're really trying to.
But they joined together. That's what I was trying to tell you. I remember back, I believe it was in the 80s or early 90s, that they joined together and said that they were going to bring the churches together. And there was a big deal about that. It was in the news and everything. I just cannot remember for the life of me what they called it, a coalition or a something like that, where they all came together, you know.
Look at all these guys, man. Russell Simmons.
What is up with this wall? What's so special about it?
The Wailing Wall.
The Wailing Wall?
Yeah, where everyone go and cry.
Hang on, I'll give you what it is. We'll look at this. Wikipedia says. Oh, King Ronald Reagan even.
Oh, yes.
I mean, so what is it about that wall, right? So let's see if we can find anything on that. All right, so let's see.
The stone was made very special.
I think it's the remnants of the temple.
Yes, of the old temple.
See, now that makes a little more sense.
And see, the Pope, whenever they go to the dome or to the central square there and everything, and they were all fighting over it. And the Pope is the one that says, look, you know, Muslims can be here on this side. This is their area. And the Jews on this side. This is their area. And he's the one that decided that. Why not the president? Well, is there Netanyahu, who is listed as, what is that? Not the president, but the, well, same thing they call do funny there in Canada.
So here's what it says about it. Western Wall, Hebrew, Hakotel Hama of Aravi, also called the Wailing Wall, in the old city of Jerusalem, a place of prayer and pilgrimage. So those papers, people write their prayer down on a piece of paper and they put it in there and they pray to the wall. Sacred to the Jewish people, it is only remains of the retaining wall surrounding the Temple Mount, the site of the first and second temples of Jerusalem, held to be uniquely holy by the ancient Jews. The first temple was destroyed by the Babylonians in 587 to 586 BCE, and the second temple was destroyed by the Romans in 70 AD. Common Era. They've changed and they don't want it to be AD anymore. The authenticity of the Western Wall has been confirmed by tradition, history, and archaeological research. The wall dates from about the 2nd century BCE through its upper sections were added at a later date. Texts explaining the survival of the wall vary. One suggests that God saved this fragment for the Jewish people, and another holds that Titus left it as a painful reminder of the Roman defeat of Judea. I've also heard that it's actually the retaining wall of a Roman fort. So God only knows, literally. Because the wall now forms part of a larger wall that surrounds the Muslim Dome of the Rock. See, that's built where the old temple was, where it got torn down by the Romans. And Al-Aqsa Mosque, Jews and Arabs have frequently disputed control of the wall and often right of access to it. That conflict has been particularly heated since the Israeli government took full control of the old city in the wake of the 6 Days War in June of 1967. And that's where they tried to sink the USS Liberty to get the United States involved in their little conflict. Okay, as it's seen today, the Western Wall measures about 50 meters long and about 20 meters high. So that's 160 feet long, 60 feet high. The wall, however, extends much deeper into the earth. Jewish devotions there date from the early Byzantine period and reaffirm the rabbinic belief that the divine presence never departs from the Western Wall. Jews lament the destruction of the temple and pray for its restoration. And it has long been accustomed to push slips of paper with wishes or prayers on them into the wall's cracks. Such terms as Wailing Wall were coined by European travelers who witnessed the mournful vigils of pious Jews before the relic. Arab Jewish sources both confirm that after the Arab capture of Jerusalem in 638, Jews led the conquerors to the site of the Holy Rock and Temple Yard and helped clear away the debris. So that would be kind of a little rundown of what the wall is and why it's important to them, and they want to build their temple there, this third temple.
I was going to say, wasn't that in there was, I think it is Christianity. They're talking about that once it's built the third time or something like that, it'll be, I don't know if it's judged. I don't know really too much about it. I don't want to get too deep into that though.
There's a problem when you try to go and fulfill a prophecy.
Yeah.
You know, it's supposed to just happen. It's not supposed to be, okay, well, here's this date. We're supposed to do this. And, you know, or else it won't be with the prophecy. I think that, you know, I mean, that just doesn't, I don't know how somebody's brain can actually work that way, but apparently somebody's does. That's kind of the crazy shit that they've got going on with that.
The word I was looking for wasn't president, it was prime minister.
Prime minister, same thing.
But, you know, I'm just saying that we pay attention to their words. We need to know what they're saying and not just listening to or assuming we know.
Right.
And like your thing says, I'm sorry, but I don't think that what they did in 48 was any more right than what they're doing right now.
No, not at all. Not at all. Check this out. This is why you got to be careful what you see on these on the TV and shit. This is really important. Watch this. Is that crazy? It's crazy how they can do that, man. And it's and you better believe they do. You better fucking believe that they do, man. That's absolutely for real.
Oh yeah.
So this is let's see, the Israel war is a manufactured false flag. Oh yeah, this is kind of cool. I found this earlier too. We can stop this every couple of minutes. This is about a 7-minute clip, but they really hit on some shit with this, man. I'm going to try to bring this up here.
How many people are seeing what's going on in Israel, Palestine? I want to open your mind and show you some different perspectives that you might not thought about. I'm going to state the first, I'm pro all people. But this message isn't going to go against one race or another. It will be simple facts we can all use to determine a conclusion. So here we go. Paragliders. You saw the video where all the paragliders are in the air. Now just wait. Now just wait. That's 170 miles on this side. This side's 273, I believe. 263. Look at the width ranges from 71 to 6.2. That's the width. Have more than 300 F-16s, 16I Sulfas in the Israeli Air Force. All of the F-16s go Mach 2. All the different models. That's 2,000 miles per hour. How long does it take a military jet to scramble? Maximum of 15 minutes. As short as 2 minutes. They didn't show up for hours. So all that stuff played out. They broke through the fence. They paraglided in. And 2 hours later, the military showed up. People were already kidnapped, shot, and killed.
What do you think about that? Hey, we got Dr. Ake is with us, everybody.
Exactly. Yeah. It's just a load of crap. Like I said,
Got Dr. Ake with us. How you doing tonight, buddy?
He's muted.
Oh, he's muted.
Yeah, he's muted. All right. Well, until he gets his sound issue worked out or
But
whatever.
yeah, with the amount of security and surveillance and everything, that's just unbelievable for them to say, "Oh, we were attacked and didn't know we were being attacked." That's just bullshit.
And they released the video. I mean, they showed a video of how they were going to do this and shit already. And I mean, come on, people. You really
I've
buying
seen-
into this? It's just this thing that they wanted to do. They got to build that temple. Look, we all know time is short. We all know they know time is short. They've been putting a scramble down to get their shit locked down as hard as they can in as short a period of time as they can. And this is part of it. This is part of it. They want to build that third temple so fucking bad. They really do. And the only thing standing in their way, but see, they're going to have the entire fucking Muslim world on their ass over that. That would be like if Islam attacked the Vatican, which brings me to, why in the fuck was the Pope at the Wailing Wall?
He's got to
Come
play
on.
his role.
Jesus, criminally, dude, you're Catholic Jew. What is the holy cow, man? I don't understand that. It'd be like, why doesn't he just go pray to a Buddha statue too? He probably did.
Actually, I don't believe he has any type of control over China at all. He doesn't go and meet the Chinese head of state or whatever you want to call them. He does only in the areas and territories that he's in control of. And that's been going on all my life. Every time
it looks like this little outfit here, Israel's got a little bit more control than they do.
Because he's head in Israel as well. I told you he did the ceremony at the Dome back in 1948 or early 50s after Israel became a country. I remember my grandparents and my family talking about it when I was a little bitty kid.
The Pope did it?
Yes, the Pope was at the ceremony. There were 7, if I recall, there were 7 people there that went there. And I believe it was under the dome. They held a ceremony and they all drank out of the goblet. When I was a kid, I thought the word goblet was a cool word. So I remembered that part. They passed around the goblet and they made their little pact under there and whatnot. It was part of the ceremony.
Had some child McNuggets.
Yeah. Yeah, whenever you hear certain words, they sound funny, so they just stick in your mind. And I mean, I just remember my family talking about it, being they were extremely religious. I heard a lot of that garbage.
Well,
but there was a ceremony whenever they made Israel a country.
But can they force prophecy? That's what I'm trying to figure. I mean, this sounds like to me like they're trying to force prophecy.
But
like
maybe that is the prophecy.
No,
kind of like these people that with a cult where they say, "Okay, everybody, we're all going to go to heaven. Drink this special Kool-Aid." It's like, no. Well, wait a second. Just because you got people convinced of that, don't mean that's what's happening, man. You got to stop that shit. I mean, God. What are these people really doing? I mean, what is oh my God, this whole game is just such a joke. I can't get over how much of a crazy ass shit it is, man. But yeah, wow, that blows me away. I want to look into that. I want to see about that Pope doing a ritual. You saying 1948?
Okay, according to Oxford Dictionary, a prophecy is a prediction, a bleak prophecy of war and ruin. So it's basically you're saying what is going to happen. You're telling people what's going to happen.
Well, let's see. Is that the same as a religious prophecy, though?
Well, if you look over history, that's always about prophecy. I mean, I don't know how else to explain that. You know, there's biblical prophecies where they say these things will happen in this order. If you go back in history, those things have been happening repeatedly over the centuries.
So I got here, in religion, a prophecy is a message that has been communicated to a person, typically called a prophet, by a supernatural entity. Prophecies are a feature of many cultures and belief systems and usually contain divine will or law or preternatural knowledge, for example, of future events. So I don't know. Yeah, it's kind of crazy, but I mean, it's sort of like going, hey, let's see if we can get this end result to take place by doing this.
Well, did you see Kim Clement before he passed away? Did you hear any of his prophecies?
Who?
Kim Clement. He was a like a Pentecostal preacher or something like that. He prophesied that Trump would become president. He would hold 2 terms and all this other stuff. There's more. You'd have to go look him up, but it's Kim Clement.
Huh.
And he prophesied
Kool-Aid.
and then Trump became president, you know, and everybody was all excited and happy. Woohoo.
Well, let's see what else this guy's got going on, because I think that's pretty crazy. They had all those F-16s and shit. And I think Egypt even warned them like a week before that this was going to take place.
Floor by floor, instead of popping out. It was if they had detonated. They were planned to take down a building. Boom, 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 boom. All the way down. I was watching it and running.
What if the people that pull the strings have all the money, have all the influence to create wars amongst the little people? From dividing and conquering from the right to the left, to dividing and conquering between Israel and Palestine, to divide and conquer between all these different beliefs. See, what nobody realizes is the moment that the people realize that it is a divide and conquer, but we don't actually hate each other. That a war is what the elites want. They want death from the little guy. They want me and you to fight. It's done by design. Create the problem, implement the solution. They remain in power. They create order out of chaos. And this has been their strategy for thousands of years.
Yep.
Yeah. I think anybody with common sense would see that.
I mean, that's for real. That's for real. I mean, I'm glad to see more and more people. Yeah, that's what I heard, Lisa. Egypt knew that they had tried to warn Israel and they didn't pay any heed to it. Of course, you know why. They wanted this to happen. There's Dr. Ake. I can hear his little machine. How you doing tonight, Dad?
Good morning. It's 10 o'clock in the morning here.
Oh, good day.
Listen, I've been watching what's happening. I mean, the world's going to hell. But we've got to call out these people, these so-called celebrities in America, like the young JFK and Trump.
Yeah, man.
Oh, Jordan Peterson. Let's hammer these pricks. Fuck.
You know, that's what I'm seeing. Did you see Shapiro?
Yeah, Ben Shapiro. What a piece of shit. What a piece of shit.
You know, he'd be the most scared to go and do the fighting that he calls for. You know that.
Yeah, we've got some in Australia too. I mean, the next time I meet anybody who works for the government, I'm just going to say to them, I have to say to them, you're supporting this genocide.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, it's like I said, shooting fish in a barrel. It's like, okay, get out. Where are you going to go? You've got it sewed up to where they can't leave. You know, and that's the way they have it set up. And it's despicable is what it is, man. So
everyone has a choice. They don't have to join the military so they can get a paycheck and some special little certificate that says that they can go to college after they get out and have all their medical paid for the rest of their life and all those other little false bullshit things that they're offered and promised and all that. It's a choice they make.
It is. It absolutely is. Listen, this is I want people to see this for what it is. Absolutely 100%. And it is totally, it is all designed to get people on board with going to war. And I'm glad to see that there's a lot of people not doing it. They're not going along with the narrative. I'm seeing in social media, people are like, no, we're not doing this, man. I got a little special treat for y'all. I got to show you this. I ran across this today, and this is pretty good. We'll come back to this other thing here in just a minute. And then what I'm going to do is bring this up. I hate to be all ADD. But this,
that's okay. We all are right at the moment.
This is fantastic. This is fantastic. Watch this.
Why is 8 inches per mile squared on the side of a globe? Like, why would they print it on the side of the globe if it was proper? Yeah, they do. I'm actually looking at a picture of one right now.
Show it.
Let's look at my screen and let's see. Let me pull this up. Share screen. Boom. And this here. This is printed on the side of a globe. Can curvature of Earth, surface.
Zoom in more?
Sure.
Oh, very nice.
And
The
that's on the side of
the
a
surface. Yep. All right.
And that
And
being
there's
on the
actually
side of
a
a globe.
picture of it.
Yeah.
Interesting.
It was at this moment that he knew he fucked up.
Interesting. Interesting, yeah. That's interesting.
A 24,901 mile ball has the convexity of approximately 8 inches per mile squared. Earth does not.
There. Thought that was kind of.
That was awesome.
Before I forgot about it. I didn't want to forget about it. I ran across that today. I thought that's fucking great, man. That's fucking great. This guy, here's some of these guys, you don't see him around anymore. And, you know, this is still part of that same video, but check this is pretty crazy.
We've been to Iraq. We've been to Afghanistan. And we know what these wars are really about. And we joined the military for many reasons. Because we need a college education. Because we need a job. Because we need health care. And then we joined the military because they told us that our enemies are poor people in caves in Afghanistan. Poor people in deserts of Iraq. We come to those countries and we know that our enemies are not other poor people of God or innocent people that laid us off for jobs, that denied us health care, that make it impossible to get an education. Our enemies are not in the poorest countries on the planet, but right here, richest one.
Those little kids were cute, weren't they?
Good for him. Fuck
I
yeah.
agree with him.
Good for him. It
My
takes some
ex-husband.
shit.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, my ex-husband tried to get me to join when I was 18, and I told him to go to hell. I asked him, who do you want to die first, them or me?
Right.
That was my question to him. They lied to him in front of me. They came to get him after I gave an ultimatum. I told him, you can choose them or me and your kids. Your choice. He chose me. They came to get him for MIA, not showing up.
Tim,
and I met them at the door. I told them. Go ahead.
Tim, I'm wearing body armor because we're in a war zone. Jihad. Go ahead,
They
sorry.
didn't like it when I told them. My husband at that time, I said, he is an only son. He's the only child of his parents. You can't do nothing but to protect him and his children and me, his wife. I said, you're not taking him nowhere. I gave him an ultimatum and he chose his family over you. Does that piss you off? As I said, you ain't taking him. I said, and if you do, then you have a fight on your hands. And he wasn't home when all that took place. They said they would be back. They came back later. And I stood my ground. I wouldn't let them in our house, nothing. I made them talk to us through the door. Wouldn't let them in our house. But that I was present when they lied to him.
And it was what, recruiters? The recruiter?
No. That he was older than me. He'd already been in the army for I forget how many years, 4 years maybe, something like that. I think it was. And then he was in National Guard when I met him, or when I started dating him, and he tried to get me to join while he was in National Guard. And then the National Guard, I was sitting in there when the corporals and all these higher ups were talking to him about making him sergeant, giving him a raise, telling him that he would get more money later down the road. That was a different day, but later down the road, when him and I decided to become boyfriend and girlfriend and then get married and all that, I was there again. And they told him that they would be giving him a raise and everything else because he would have a family and all that crap. Well, he did all the paperwork. He did everything he was supposed to do, but he never got that. So I finally put my foot down. I told him, choice is yours. He was supposed to go to the summer thing where they get together and do their practices for war, you know.
Yeah. Training.
Their training, right? Their summer
training, sir.
So I told him, I said, you go, you lose your family, because they're nothing but a bunch of damn liars. And so they gave him an honorable discharge, but I was the one that stood my ground because I had information, because all my family, my grandparents and stuff there, and my uncles and everyone just about was Marines. There was some Army and some Navy, but most were Marines. So, you know, I knew a lot of shit. I still have the letter from the federal government thanking my grandfather for giving his son over to the government as their property. I still have that letter.
That's some crazy shit. People dying.
No shit.
Check, this is how it happens too. Look at.
If you're saying I'm pro this, they're getting what they deserve, that's what they get, then you're part of the problem, because you can't even see the veil that's being placed in front of your eyes. You don't see that the wars on both sides are funded by the same people. Like this, there's already been $8 billion allocated to Israel already. But wait a minute. $6 billion went to Iran. Right here, Mossad. It's like the CIA for Israel. So you mean to say that we gave $8 billion to Israel, and then we went ahead and gave $6 billion to Iran, which is true. Both of them are true. I looked them up. And $235 million to Palestinians. Did you know that Israel is a part of Agenda 2030? They had to force these on the people no different than they did anywhere else in the world. They're a part of Agenda 2030. Everywhere where you see atrocities happening, Agenda 2030 is not far behind. Just ask Governor Josh Green of Hawaii. He knows all about that. He's now implementing Agenda 2030. You didn't know? 100%. He did a press release. He's telling everybody he's implementing Agenda 2030, no different than what I just showed you. He also put in an emergency proclamation 3 weeks before the disaster happened to streamline the process of rebuilding and taking the land from the locals. Now he's trying to backtrack on it because he realized he put it in 3 weeks before and people found out. So he wants to lay low on that, but he still did it. How did he know? Just type in Governor Josh Green, Agenda 2030. He was invited to be the keynote speaker at the United Nations headquarters. The speakers who were invited will help implement the United Nations Agenda 2030. It's right here. They're doing it. He's a part of it. It's worldwide. It's divide and conquer worldwide, y'all. How about this corrupt regime? Take the money, $8 billion that they gave to Israel, the $6 billion that they gave to Iran. Look, guys, let's rebuild Maui. Let's rebuild Lahaina for our people instead of using our money to fund wars.
I agree. Absolutely. We got AJ's with us tonight.
How's it going, Slav? How's it going, guys on the panel? That's so funny that you added that in. I love that. I don't have much time. It's been a really crazy busy week for me, but I wanted to get on and talk about this because it's so important and I care about you guys. As you know, I told you about my experience with 9/11 being locked in my Catholic school in Lower Manhattan the day of, and just how that affected my life, and then growing up and realizing what that event was in regards to this agenda towards a push towards a one world government, or just taking over territories for the excuse of weapons of mass destruction that never existed and whatnot. Israel was in a literal civil war. I don't know if most people know, but Netanyahu was putting in, actual appeals to the Constitution of Israel that would inevitably change it forever and make the judicial powers in Israel unable to do anything about the person in charge, such as an individual like Benjamin Netanyahu. And it's very ironic that while this was going on, while these protests and the country in itself was going through its own civil strife, this took place. I mean, now that this is happening, there's no talk of civil war, right? And this has given Netanyahu and his gang of criminals, in my honest opinion, the excuse to, take on a full genocide, which will essentially be allowed on behalf of the world, because if you're not pro-Israel, you're a bad person. If you're pro-Palestine, you're a bad person. And I'm not pro or anti on either side. I just think it's very key to understand as Americans, we need to remember what 9/11 was as an event for us, the Patriot Act, how it implemented things that, took our freedoms away from us, like tapping our phone lines and just listening to us all the time when we weren't, being watched. All these things that weren't happening before started to take place at such a higher rate after 9/11. And if you look at this as the spiritual warfare of it all, Jerusalem is the holy city. That's where Muhammad's Dome of the Mount is. That's where Jesus was born. So you have a very spiritual kind of presence in that area. It's always been there. And the whole reason why that even is existing, that whole situation, is post World War II, the British led that operation to create a state for the Jewish people, so that something like the genocide and the Hitlerian movement of the Nazis would never happen to any Jewish person again. And that has its own story in itself. But I just wanted to give my 2 pieces on that for everybody that may not or may know. I think it's very intriguing. I think it's integral to what's going on, everything we talk about. And I think now is now's not the time for you to get close with your God and be close with your loved ones and try to spread knowledge and choose the right side of this war. I don't know when will. But I love you guys, man. God bless you, Sovereign. God bless everyone. I hope I have some more time in the future to actually hang out on the panel. I'm sorry I've been so busy.
All right,
You're
man.
100% right, AJ, and thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Have a great evening.
You too. God bless you guys.
Thanks for coming, AJ. Yeah, America First ideology is terrorism. I believe that. Absolutely. We're really the terrorists. And those that we support usually are as well.
I'm not terrorist because I know that DC is a city-state, just like the Vatican is a city.
Oh, yeah.
So I now that I've learned a lot over the years, I don't buy into that. I've always been myself. Even when I was a kid, I told my dad when I grow up, no one was going to be the boss of me. He said the government would be, but I'm sorry, but I don't fall in line with them neither, because they're not my boss.
Right. I don't have a boss.
Me neither.
Well, that's what I've always debated about with my.
If growing up means I have to grow up and accept them as my masters, you can screw the idea of growing up in that.
Yep.
Contents of the word.
So I don't know. They're calling. We'll finish this thing real quick. It's almost over. I think this guy's hitting on some really good points.
Yes, he is.
Wars that kill both sides. You realize that war and destruction is the tool to keep us down and to keep them in power. You'll see through the veil. You'll realize it's all done by design. Create the problem, implement the solution. No different than what you're seeing happen right now in Israel. All right, continuing on. To think that Israel couldn't have sent their fighter jets and shot down all those paratroopers, you have to be on a different planet to believe that they couldn't have easily shot them down like that. What about when they broke through the border with a bulldozer? I saw it was a bulldozer. One guy said it was a tractor, but the video I saw is a bulldozer. They could literally be there in minutes. They could shut it down in minutes. This is impossible. This is something I believe they let happen to all of us. They sacrifice us to create the war, to create the division, and all the while they stay in power. It's what I see happening everywhere throughout history, repeating. And if you're going to play into that, if you're going to choose a side, being fooled, this is good versus evil, this is divide and conquer, and you have to see that first. Once you realize who really runs the world, it'll start to make a lot more sense. Just look on the American $1 bill, Novus Ordo Seclorum, New Order of the Ages. It's already been here, guys. So the choice is up to you. You want the truth? Too bad all you get is the truth. So get your matrix glasses on so we can all see through the veil. Stop being divided and conquered. All the people have to do is one important thing. You have to see past the divide and conquer strategy. That is it. If humanity could see past that and realize we are just one people, God's people. If you have a soul, I'm talking to you. If you could see this one fundamental thing, we can defeat all of it. United, not divided. That's when the system fails. That's when everything changes. Be the change you want to see. State Nationals rock.
I'd like to add something to what he said. We all know about Hollywood.
How many people are seeing?
So if we dress up and put on, they know what the other side wears, right? They know their traditional dress, so they can put on those garbs, those clothing, and go in there and pretend to be that. I could take and put on some brown makeup and put on one of those. What do they call those? Arab ladies wear those jihadis or whatever. Those
hijab.
Yeah, hijabs. I could put one of those on, put on some dark makeup, around my eyes and face, and my hands, and walk around in one of those and fool people into thinking that I am a Muslim woman, in the dress. And the men could do the same thing, with a little thing on their head and the white clothing, robes, right?
Right.
So I don't buy that those people are the ones that they're claiming did this. I just don't believe it. Israel has the highest and best security system in the world. So I don't believe a bit of it. And that's just where I stand on it.
I have to agree with you on that. There's just, come on. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They put this shit, they've been putting it in your face like your whole life and not even realizing it. It's in the X-Files.
Yeah.
In movies. The opening of the 2012 Olympics. I mean, it's like, and people just forget all about it. They don't even put it together. They don't. It's because they've got us focused on a short timeline, paycheck to paycheck, day to day, week to week thinking. These people have long game, man. And now it's coming to where everything's meeting at the pass, and it's really going to start coming down. You're going to see.
I say their plan is literally blowing up in their face because there are so many people around the world that are, with the internet, age of the internet. Come on. Yeah. We're all talking to each other in all these different countries. I've talked to people, I don't know how many different countries now.
Yep.
And I'm telling you, they're just like us. They're just like you and me. They still eat, sleep, talk about the same things, have favorite colors, have favorite flowers, like certain things over other certain things. I mean, that just opened my eyes up to a whole lot, being able to be on the internet. I know I was a late bloomer. I didn't start getting on the internet till 2008. But I tell you, I've met, and there are people, that want to tell me that they were Muslim because of the 9/11 thing. And I told them, well, I'm sorry, but I don't blame everybody in that particular religion just because some idiot in the media said I was supposed to, or the government.
Right,
I said,
right.
I like you because you're nice to me and I enjoy talking to you. And then they started opening up, and then I learned even more about them, and that made me love them even all the more.
Yeah. You're right.
When their babies die, do you think they feel any different than when our babies die?
Well, right off the bat, you got to be careful, because I'll tell you what, this is now. I'm not saying kids don't die in these conflicts and these bombings, and I'm sure there have been.
Yeah.
But when they immediately try to steer your emotions with that shit, and I started hearing these atrocity stories.
All right.
These are the corner. These are telltale propaganda stories. 99.9% of the time.
Right.
We saw it during the Gulf War, the first Gulf War. The girl come up there in front of I don't know if it was Congress or the UN, and she was talking about the Iraqi soldiers were throwing babies out of the incubators onto the floor,
right,
stealing the incubators, and it turned out she wasn't a nurse. She was the Saudi ambassador's daughter or some shit like that. But that's what they do, is they get you all worked up with your emotions. See,
they use that, but what they use it for their agenda, yes, and to get people emotionally involved, to back them for doing what they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying that, it's not right for them for anyone to harm somebody else. It doesn't matter how old they are, big, little, infant, tiny, whatever, adult, grandparent, great-grandparent, just in general. You wouldn't want, I think of the people in these war-torn countries. I think about the people that were in and around the thing when it happened at 9/11. There were people injured. We do must agree that there couldn't have not been, the area wasn't blocked off from anybody. But I'm just saying, in general, I put myself in their shoes. I would feel just as horrible if something bad happened to my child. If they were crossing the street and got hit by a car, I would feel the same way as I would if it's somebody else's that was crossing the street and got hit by a car.
Let me show you how the propaganda works.
So
Lisa asked, so you think a Hamas militant would spare a Jewish baby? Tell me what you actually know about a Hamas militant at all. You don't know anything. Would any soldier, you think, want to just go, oh boy, I can't wait to go in here and kill some babies? I mean, really think about that. Just think about it on either side. I mean, good God. This is always what surrounds this thing. You're going ahead and believing and drinking the Kool-Aid of what you've been told. No, I'm sorry. That's what happened. Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt the discussion. I have an emergency to tend to. Oh, I hope everything's cool.
All right.
Back after a while. Thank you. Oh, yeah, no problem, Darth. But that's what you gotta. That's what you gotta look at. Is how is this painted? What actual knowledge do you have of these people? And Jews have sworn to the genocide of the Palestinians as well.
Yeah.
So what's your point?
Well, wasn't it 2010? I think when they had or was somewhere along there, maybe 2012. Our Greece kicked our military or started having trouble with our U.S. military on their land. And I had a friend over there. I called him a brother. We kind of adopted each other. He was Greek. And so anyways, he had to join and do his service to his country and whatnot. And here in the United States, my cousin and his wife were both in the Army, and they had to, and they were in the military. And my heart broke, literally, because he contacted me and he told me it would be months before I'd hear from him. Well, then I did hear from him, and he was in the hospital. He had been, hit in one of the skirmishes they had. And he was in the hospital, but he told me he was going to be okay and that he would get back in touch with me the next day. That day never came. So I think it was his way of saying goodbye to me. And it broke my heart because, I love my cousin and his wife, and I loved him. He was Greek. He was a good friend to me. And it just really bothered me that I love these both people. They're from my country and their other country, and people are dying for what?
Right.
And for who?
Well, for the banks, of course. So Lisa thinks she's an expert on the Middle East now.
Oh, geez, Lisa.
Remember, she was an expert on the last 3 years of stuff. Now she's an expert on geopolitical because she gets all of her information from the state propaganda agencies known as the mainstream media. So, yeah, you know, Lisa, and I can show you just as many. Listen. I can show you, Lisa, just as many. They would not spare a Jewish baby. How the fuck do you know that? How do you fucking know that? Because Ben Shapiro told you?
Because CNN told her.
God.
Communist News Network.
Somebody told her that bullshit. She ain't got no more idea of it.
She read it.
Moon does. Come on.
I've read a lot of things, Lisa, and a lot of things that you read are lies.
No shit. I happen to know Palestinians, man. I happen to know Palestinians. And I know some of that about 99% of the bullshit you hear coming out of Israel is exactly that bullshit.
Just like they came into the United States and took the land. That was all set up in Spain by the Pope and by the King of Spain, all to come in here and to take what they had, claim their land, put them in concentration camps where they still live to this day, called reservations. They only changed the name.
Lisa, Hamas is Israel. What do you not understand about that? What part of that is escaping your little mind? Hamas was initially started by Israel. Okay, it's still the ISIS, the Israeli Secret Intelligence Service. Okay,
ISIS, their God.
I don't understand how you don't know this shit, man. Because you swallow the fucking Kool-Aid. That's why. God damn, man. Long ago, it's still the same. What do you think? They just quit and said, "Okay, go ahead and take over, anybody." Come on, man. What the fuck kind of movie are you living in, man? So this is how they actually do this shit. This is a takeover of America is an inside job. A lot of this comes from X-Files. Okay. So what I'm going to do here is hopefully I'm going to move it just a little bit faster so I don't get a copyright bullshit on it. Right. So check this out.
The ability to depopulate the planet, to kill everyone but the chosen by tampering with their DNA.
What?
You and everyone you know has a piece of DNA in your genome, put there without your knowing it.
Put there by whom?
Well, that's the question of the day.
This is an internet lunatic. You're not saying you believe him.
Just hold on, Agent Einstein. You're talking to a scientist.
Forgive me, Assistant Director. It may sound insensitive, but the suggestion is pure science fiction.
What I'm saying, Agent Einstein, is that the facts, as I understand them, cannot be discounted out of hand.
No one has the right or the ability to tamper with your DNA.
Unless we gave them that ability.
You say they're tampering with our DNA, that they're able to shut down our immune systems by the addition of something to our DNA.
Through gene editing.
Why do such a thing and lie about it? Our own government.
Your own government lies as a matter of course, as a matter of policy. The Tuskegee experiments on black men in the 30s, Henrietta Lacks.
What are they trying to do?
That's the missing piece.
But it's not hard to imagine. A government hiding, hoarding technology for 70 years at the expense of human life and the future of the planet. Driven not only by corporate greed, but a darker objective.
The takeover of America.
And then the world itself, by any means necessary, however violent, or cruel, or efficient. By severe drought, brought on by weather wars, conducted secretly using aerial contaminants and high-altitude electromagnetic waves. In a state of perpetual war. To create problem, reaction, solution scenarios to distract, enrage, and enslave American citizens at home. The tools like the Patriot Act and the National Defense Authorization Act, which abridge the Constitution in the name of national security. The militarization of police forces in cities across the U.S. The building of prison camps by the Federal Emergency Management Agency with no stated purpose. The corporate takeover of food and agriculture, pharmaceuticals and healthcare, even the military in clandestine agendas to fatten, dull, sicken, and control a populace already consumed by consumerism.
And I encourage you all to go shopping more.
A government that taps your phone, collects your data, and monitors your whereabouts with impunity. A government preparing to use that data against you when it strikes. And the final takeover begins.
The takeover of America.
By a well-oiled and well-armed multinational group of elites that will cull, kill, and subjugate.
Happening as we sit here.
It's happening all around us.
The other shoe waiting to drop.
It'll probably start on a Friday. The banks will announce a security action necessitating their computers to
They
go
even
offline.
know the day. It's
Digital
gonna
money
have
will
to
disappear.
start on
They
a
can just steal your
Friday.
money?
Followed by the detonation of strategic electromagnetic pulse bombs to knock out major grids.
What will seem like an attack on America by terrorists or Russia.
An invasion of the U.S.
The Russians tried it in 40.
You're right. Why would they lie to us, huh? They've been lying to everyone forever.
That's completely unheard of that they could do something like that. You guys,
I know.
come on.
And just what she said, and they will, and she said they will discount me. Why?
Mr. B
Because
said
she's telling the truth.
demonstrations going on in Las Vegas right now. I don't see any news coverage. It is live on YouTube. Okay, well, let's go over and see if we can find anything about this. You see, this is going to be
Because some people got excited and they decided to get together and have themselves a
listen, they're going to have these.
Wow.
They're going to have this shit happening in all of the popular areas, right? So that they get as much on it. Let's see. That's me.
Well, you know, during 9/11, I went to support your troop rallies. I saw some amazing things while I was there, and I'm glad I went, even though at the time I was just there because I have family in military and would like to support them. However, what I saw was something that just blew me away. The supposed people that were there here in my hometown, and they're there supporting their troops, were mad at the people driving by, screaming obscenities and saying, you know, go home and all this other stuff, and you know, no war and all this other stuff. Well, the people that were supporting their troops were going, shut up, go to hell, get out of here, you know. And I'm like, hey, they have every right to say what they want to say and do what they want to do, you know. I mean, it was like the pot's over here saying you can't say that, and this one's over here, well, I can say this and you can't say that, you know what I mean? I saw that. But yeah, I will never support my troops ever.
Mr. B, is there a link or a channel I can find? I can't find anything about it.
I'm really sorry that people die because they make these lousy ass choices, but that's all, you know, but they made their choice, unfortunately. I mean, if they would listen to that guy that was on that other video you just showed, you know, explaining to them what they're doing, you know, conquering and dividing us. If people would listen to people like him, me, whatever.
It's already going. Look, bombed 2 airports in Syria. I heard about that too. I saw something about that on Twitter, and I did see a brief news coverage about that. And it's like, wait a second, Syria?
I bet there's going to be a lot of demolition of a bunch of older buildings, you know, so they can build new ones. You know, it generates a profit, it gives people jobs. You know, it pissed me off when every time since I've been a kid, people go, the government needs to provide more jobs, more jobs. What is one job that was created and has become so huge in the United States? Just one job.
Yeah.
Policing.
Mm-hmm.
We need more police. We need a law for this. We need a law for that. You know, the lady that wanted a law to stop drinking and driving, so she created the group MAD.
Yeah.
She ended up in prison.
It's a political lobby.
Right, but she ended up herself, after she got that law passed, she ended up in prison for hitting somebody, killing them, driving drunk.
Ain't that irony?
Yep.
Flat Top Hank, I don't agree with that. Only a scumbag wouldn't support our troops. Why would I support going off somewhere and killing people that don't need to be killed? I mean, I don't get that. Why would I support that?
It's almost like, sorry, I just interrupted finally, but it's almost like they wouldn't care that if our troops went off and killed some babies. It's like, why wouldn't you support our troops?
Well,
you know what I mean? What if they're going off and killing babies?
If he's referring to me, I'm happy to be a scumbag because I'm not going to support somebody going somewhere else and killing somebody else that didn't ever hurt them. So call me what you will.
I don't see any value in that. I see nothing but wrong in it.
Yep.
I'm trying to still figure out this, they fighting for your freedom. And I'm like, well, how the fuck did my freedom get to Iraq? How did my freedom get to Afghanistan?
And how did my freedom get taken in the first place when nobody ever came over here and did anything to us to take it?
Well, how did it even get to Iran or Iraq or anywhere else that they got soldiers? What the hell? You got Iran surrounded. That's, you can tell Iran wants war with the United States. Look how close they put their country to all our bases. Motherfuckers. I mean, Jesus, how is it people are not seeing this crap? Move to Russia. You know what? That's starting to look like a good option. I kind of like this Putin guy. I do. On the world stage right now, I think that guy right there seems like a very strong leader. And I'd have to say he's got the moral high ground as far as things are concerned going on the world stage right now. So I don't know. What do you think about that? Listen, we got to welcome Flow State. We got a
Flow State.
Good evening.
Oh, that was lame. Come on, you guys. You can do better. Man. You can do better than that. Yeah.
I need to find you. I need a distinct applause clip for myself when I come in, so that everybody gets the normal one. I'll find you one that's like just the crowd roaring.
Like Artie's got, like Uncle Artie's got. He comes into cat scratch fever all the time.
Give me one.
He bombs your stream. He's funny as shit. He's a good guy though.
Putin at least presents based in the things that we see.
Yeah.
But I got to think it's propaganda.
Most likely it all is. I mean,
everything. Yeah, exactly.
It's out there. I mean, like I've said several times before, we've been under a one world government essentially since probably
World War II.
Yeah, I would say. Yeah. That's perfect. I would say World War II. In the test run for that. Wow, that sounds really different without my helmet on. Thing was getting heavy. God bless those German Wehrmacht soldiers. They had to carry that around on their head all day long. Shit on that.
I was thinking about going and getting a hard hat to match your sort of, gear.
Oh yeah. Well, I'm still camo. So
see, and I couldn't even see. I just thought the top of your head was missing. I couldn't even see it.
Right.
We're
a lot
so
of people
well.
like think, oh look, it's a bush, and it's like, no, I'm wearing camo. Oh. Okay.
I thought I was Moses on the mountain. I'm like, damn, that bush is talking to me.
Those helmets are good, but what about good snipers for face shots?
Dude, I got a ghillie suit, and I can blend right in. I look like a piece of fucking shrubbery. I'm not shitting.
The shrub sniper. Take them out all, Sovereign. Take them all out. Hello to all.
Leaves.
How's everybody, whoever they are?
How you doing, brother?
Hey,
didn't get an applause. Hold on a second. We gotta get that. We can't have that. Yeah, everything is joined us too. And of course, Jesus Christ has joined us. Everybody just sort of bombed in here real quick.
Hey, Saab.
Oh shit.
Duck your heads, everyone.
Yeah, man.
Every 10 minutes. Jeebus popped out. I don't know where he went.
Hey, Saab.
He got hit. What's up, Fallen?
Hey, so when you have that ghillie suit on, is it hard for your wife to find you?
Yeah, that's why I wear it.
Hiding in the bushes.
Yeah, I can't take no camo with me to Vegas, man, because it was like I don't want to lose her anyways. Get lost there. Right home.
All the people that live in the older mobile homes now are actually in the best Faraday cage of their lives because it's got the, old lead-based paint.
Oh yeah.
They're made out of metal.
I thought you were gonna say they all put foil up in their windows.
They do that too. I'm thinking or bubble wrap.
What's still good is those all metal container capsule like looking campers that are still new, but they build them well. They're just like
I know what
aluminum.
you're talking about. Airstream. The Airstream.
Yeah,
those
they're
are
nice,
quality. Those are quality mobile homes, bro. My grandpa had one. They're not cheap either.
The
radiation shields.
You're muted, Flow State.
The lead.
Because I'm not talking to you, pussies.
Oh, sorry, dickhead. Jeez. Wow.
But the reason for the lead paint was because they do have these devices. I have seen them in action, where they can point this and get the infrared heat. They can see where every person's body is in the entire house when it's aimed at them. They also can do that and receive sound feedback, like people talking and whatnot. And all I have to do is be sitting like outside in a car or van or whatever and just doing surveillance. And people don't believe that. But what hampers that is when there's lead paint and the only way they can go through them, like the old lead windows.
Yeah, it blocks the signal. Yeah.
Messes up their signals.
Yeah.
So that's one of the reasons why they had to get rid of lead paint.
Right.
Not because babies and baby cribs was chewing on it.
No, they always the same thing with mercury.
Yeah.
That's why they got rid of mercury, make you deathly afraid of it and shit. See, it's oh look, he made it back.
Anyways, that was what I wanted to add in.
Hey, man.
Welcome back.
Hey, I just wanted to say something real quick, man, before I got to fight somebody for the conch. Sorry, dude. I don't know what's up.
Having issues.
I don't know what's up.
Talk, man.
I'll wait. Don't worry. I'll wait.
Go ahead, Jeebus. Anyway.
I'm just wondering what's up with your chat, man. Like, I make one comment that says somebody's name in it, and it gets fucking pounded like immediately. It doesn't show up anywhere but on my phone.
What name? What did you put in?
Well, the comment was, it was Lisa and Mr. B in the same room. This ought to be good. Pounced on it. I don't know if it's the moderators or if it's YouTube, but if it's YouTube, they're deleting shit. Like, I'm not even saying anything offensive half the time. It's just disappears.
I don't see anything that says that at all on here.
Right. It didn't show up.
It would still show up here. So they didn't even let it get
I made the comment. It shows up on my phone, but it doesn't show up on my monitor. That's how I know if it's deleted or held or whatever, right?
Listen, they fuck with my numbers. They fuck with my numbers all the time. I'll look in studio and I've got one number and I look over on the page and I've got another number. It's lower. And I'm like, wait a minute. What the fuck are you doing here? You know?
There's definitely something going on, man. It's been happening for, I don't know, a few months now.
Just to this channel or other channels too?
I've never had it happen at another channel. So I don't know.
I didn't see anything.
I've had that happen too, but I didn't think much of it. I thought it might be the moderator, so I just let it go. But maybe
I thought it might be at first too. But I mean, I made a comment like in quotations that said, "Yeah, I'm just gonna go behead 40 babies." You know, like who thinks that, right? And then it disappeared, and I was thinking, all right, somebody might have got offended. And then, but every time I mention someone's name, specifically someone else in the chat, the comment won't show up. It just disappears.
Huh. Yeah, I'm looking over here too, and I don't see
Well, I didn't even get notification, and I still haven't got notification that Saul was going to be on. I actually just looked up to see if he was going to be on, and I seen the notification on his own channel.
Yeah, they're
and other people are doing that, and I have unsubscribed and resubscribed to try to reset it or whatever. And there's just some I'm not getting notifications on.
Definitely something funky going on there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They don't like me. I speak my mind, Jeebus. Maybe that's the problem. We're too mouthy.
Oh, yeah.
It was Mr. Super Sidewinder.
Somebody else got kidnapped from America today. Did you hear about that?
No, I didn't.
Was it Biden?
No, it was these nuts.
Unfortunate. Unfortunate. These nuts, yeah. That
was for flow state.
What were you saying?
That one got. I totally did not see that coming at all. That was a fantastic blindside.
What were you saying about Sidewinder?
Sidewinder blocked Jeebus on accident and says that he then unblocked him.
Okay, cool. So now you can do it. Sidewinder, shame on you.
Let me try. Because this has happened many times before, Sovereign. I've said as soon as I mention someone's name, that comment will not appear on my monitor.
My comments not show up in Hezekiah's chat the other morning. The comment was salad shooter. That's what you call a vegetarian with diarrhea.
What is the term for that?
Salad shooter. Yeah. Sidewinder said that earlier. Dave, can we send out the Geek Squad to fix this issue? No. Don't ever go to those motherfuckers for nothing, man. I just got my system back. Everything seems to be working okay.
Geek Squad. It's
God.
not. Yeah.
They're horrible. That was what a fucking ordeal that I had to go through. I thought this was kind of cool. I found this today, and this guy. You want to talk about? This is the thing when they talk about carbon dioxide increasing, right? Oh, it's dangerous and all this other shit, right? This guy pins him right down on it. And I thought this was pretty good, the way he did this, man. Check this out. Is it up there? Oh, wait, I got to go like that. Dun, dun, dun. There we go.
It must be loaded. It's still circling.
There's a nose on that cloud of smoke.
Isn't
on
there?
The left side, on the right side.
Hey,
look at that face.
It kind of looks. Cool. It kind of looks like Dopey from this.
You guys can't be. You guys are. When you guys talk over this, then people can't hear what the guy's saying.
Nobody can hear what. It's just loading on our end.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's spitting. It's Homie the Clown.
Probably got too much shit on. Well, we'll just play it small. Maybe that'll work. There, wait a second. I see you got it now. Hold on. Can you see it now?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
When I asked, well, just a moment, Alice, you've been speaking most of the night. When I asked Tanya Plibersek, we'll fact check that one for you. Yes. When I asked Tanya Plibersek, was the deputy leader of the Labor Party and the potential deputy prime minister, was carbon dioxide the big issue in relation to climate change? And she said yes. I then said, well, that being the case, what percentage of the atmosphere is made up of carbon dioxide? And she said, I don't know. And I said, hang on, you don't know what percentage of the atmosphere is carbon dioxide, and yet you're prepared to stand the economy on its head to address a problem, the detail of which you don't know. So when I then explained that the percentage of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, Alice, is how much? Alice, how much of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere?
To answer the question, Scott Morrison has said he's using climate change and that he wants to do something about it.
Alice, how much carbon dioxide is the problem? How much carbon dioxide is there in the atmosphere?
I'm not a scientist. I don't know.
Well, hang on. If you're going to argue the case, you ought to know it's 0.04%. And of that 0.04%, human beings around the world create 3%. And of that 3%, Australia creates 1.3%. So for the 1.3% of 3% of 0.04%, we then decide to have a national economic suicide rate.
Alan, I'm happy for you to say that.
That's what you think, man.
That chick looks like a big toe.
That's a lot of people, they don't even know, your atmosphere is mostly nitrogen in any fucking way. It's like 71% nitrogen, 20% oxygen.
We're in the quantum computer's cooling system. There it is.
Maybe.
What does that even mean?
Quantum computers need to be cool and nitrogen to function. Anyways, I wasn't so serious.
So you got to use smart jokes on smart people.
It wasn't that good.
It wasn't that good. It was actually stinky.
I know mine was better.
Flow State, you didn't think that chick was pretty hot?
What chick?
I didn't
man,
say that I
heavy
wouldn't
D?
do her. I just think she looks like a big toe.
Oh, all right. So, is there like some kind of maybe a foot fetish you want to tell us about?
Just big toes. It's not the whole footage. It's just the big toe.
I got it.
Hey, Flow State, I call them Cabbage Patch toes, man.
Cabbage Patch toes.
It's a carbon footprint. It's a carbon footprint joke.
Toe snackers. Toe snackers.
Well, they've already proved that by putting CO2 in fish aquariums, made the plants grow. And then also, now people are using it in their greenhouses to make their veggies grow. Come on.
All fertilizer basically is nitrogen based.
Yeah.
They should put it in Viagra.
Yes.
To make your penis grow. I see your logic.
See?
These nuts.
So this is kind of cool right here too, man. Check this out. A lot of people, they found out that their wings, a bee's wings, are not even aerodynamically sound for flight. They use a frequency to levitate. They actually create an electrostatic charge, and that electrostatic charge causes that pollen to just stick to their fucking legs, man. Kind of like those little beans inside of a beanbag chair. If you've ever busted one of those open, you know what kind of a mess that is. Trying to get those fucking things, those little styrofoam balls, they're horrible. Or packing.
Beanbag chairs aren't even fucking comfortable.
I worked in the factory that made those back in the 80s. And when they get those little styrofoam balls, they don't get them all puffed up. It looks like sugar in big barrels. And then it goes into this hopper machine that warms them and puffs them up like popcorn. And then you just open the hopper and stick the bean bag up there and then zip it shut when it fills up.
God,
I sat on a new bean bag.
Do those things stick to your hands and shit like that?
No. Whenever they come out, they're cool. When they come out of the hopper, they're cool and they just flow out like popcorn, literally, but yeah, it comes in the form of sugar. It's like, I never worked in the soda factory, but a friend of mine did. And the little plastic bottles and the big 2-liter bottles, they come as these little cylinders. Right. It's just, really small. And then they stick it to the machine. The machine heats it and it puffs up in the shape of a pop bottle.
So anyway, as we were on the top, we were talking about these static charge. Jeebus, would you want to say something?
I was just going to ask if you had read much on Viktor Grebennikov and his studies.
Yes, I've looked at some of his shit, and it's interesting. It really is. This is kind of cool. This is man, we're always learning shit here.
It's awesome.
Well, what did bumblebees do? And they said, well, they levitate. And I said, well, how's that? And he says, come on, I'll show you. And he showed me. He wrote a book, incidentally. I don't know if it's still in print. It's in the Library of Congress. The book is called Tomorrow's Energy Need Not Be Fuel. And in that book, he gave reference to what I'm talking about, that that of levitation, that the bumblebee, when he starts to beat his wings, when he starts to flap his wings, there's a little cavity, a hollow cavity next to the larynx inside his system that's hollow. And when he beats his wings, he starts to resonate this energy, and it goes back and forth, just similar to a guitar strumming on one side of the room and hitting the same chord on the other side of the room, or somebody hitting a high C and breaking a crystal. It's the same thing. It's resonance. And he said, what they do, they resonate. And when they resonate, they eventually reach the resonance of the field around them. And he explained it this way to me, that the earth was, of course, spinning, but it was operating on a frequency of 8.5 hertz per second or so forth. And he says, once this bumblebee hits that resonant frequency of its surroundings, it becomes a free agent. It creates a magnetic bubble around itself, and it can go anywhere it wants. And I said, well, that's not in any of the science books. He said, I know. You probably never see it there either, but that's what happens. They'll discover it someday and bring it out, but it's just we have a conventional way of doing things, and then we have a natural way of doing things, and they're totally different. They're diametrically opposed in many, many cases.
That's fucking cool, man.
Yeah, it's a type of anti-gravity technology.
You know they're
going.
Using it. You know, that's exactly why they don't teach about it. You know they're using it.
Funny you brought that up.
Right. Hey, Sovereign, and talking about Gorbachev, did you know that in 1970s, the U.S. military used his concept and created something I think they called the X-Wing? There's a video on YouTube of the demonstration that they did.
What type
this
of
thing had no
technology is that
propulsion
based
system,
on?
no wings, none of that shit. Just a basket with two little kind of knobs, that they manipulate constantly to fly these things.
Yeah. Yeah, that would be awesome, man.
Also, the lady that was doing the research and whatnot, and then started her own lab for that type of technology, has disappeared. People don't know where she went. She still has her Facebook, this, that, and other stuff, but she's just disappeared. But she had proof in, levitation and that kind of stuff, and being able to, make vehicles and whatnot, or space travel machines, whatever,
So I found this interesting little thing here today too. This is kind of interesting. It says, I'll go ahead and pull it up over here so you can all read it along with it. I think it should be big enough. Let me see. I can make it a little bigger. Whoops, wrong window. This one. There we go. Oh, it says over here, it says digital cameras and celestial bodies observation on flat Earth became an important factor to expose the heliocentric lie. Digital cameras have a fundamental difference to telescopes. They are not working with concave or convex lenses and mirrors. They don't work with the same principle. Concave lenses and convex mirrors are the most important part of telescopes, but they create distortions and making out of a circle of a sphere. Check out this video and its explanation. You don't have to believe me. Just research concave and convex lenses and their optical resolution. So this is
invented by a Dutch optician 4 centuries ago. Before that, it was believed the Earth was the center of everything. The theory that it actually revolved around the sun was discounted. In the hands of Italian astronomer Galileo, the telescope brought reality into focus. This molded disc of thick, low-expansion glass will become the telescope's primary mirror. A diamond-edged tool rotates on a calculated tilt to make the glass slightly concave.
Okay, if you don't know what a concave mirror does, a concave mirror can distort images. It'll make a circle appear to be spherical if used correctly, okay? Telescopes have a combination of convex lenses and concave mirrors that distort the celestial objects that you are seeing in the sky. This distortion caused by the concave mirrors and the convex lenses and the aberrations caused by the light being reassembled in the eye itself makes it to where you can't even see the stars for what they actually are, okay? This is what the stars look like without being distorted by these particular mirrors and lenses. Of course, there are going to be people in the comments saying stars look like this because they're so far away. And you should be asking them, how the hell would you know, okay? If they're so far away and nobody can reach them, they're light years and galaxies away, how would you know, okay? That would then be pseudoscience. That would be you speculating, because that would then be a claim that cannot be tested. But what can be tested are the convex and concave mirrors and lenses that are used inside telescopes and what effect they might have on the object that you are viewing with them. The footage you are looking at now are the celestial bodies being viewed through a device that does not use the same principles as a telescope. It does not have the concave mirrors and convex lenses. that would distort the image you're looking at, making a circle appear to be spherical, like this footage here, taken from a high-end, high-powered telescope that also uses software to translate the image that you're looking at into what you see on the screen. That right there should be a red flag to you that the image has to go through some level of processing to show you what you want to see. Like I tell you.
So I know that works too, because I I have these little helping hands. Who's echo?
Echo.
Somebody's echoing.
Oh, no.
Okay, we're cool. I have these little helping hands thing that's got these little alligator clips, you know, and these arms that you can move around
for your roaches.
Yeah, you can use them for that too. Yeah, no, that's what this one right here is for.
Well, so, it's like we talked about that one day. Saw eyeglasses,
right?
Like the optical illusion to improve or to whatever you need for your eyesight.
So I put a little post on this LED light that I have, and I stuck it in the alligator clip, and then I looked, and over on the wall, it was shining through the magnifying glass onto the wall, and it looked like a sphere on the wall. And so I couldn't wait. I was gonna tell my wife about it. And she came home. Meanwhile, I'd taken a couple bong hits, got the sneezing fits, and didn't think anything of it. But then my wife came home and said, I want to show you something really cool. Look at this. So I turned that LED light on. Well, what had happened was a little bit of mist from my sneezing had got on the glass. And now my little round object actually had fucking craters, man. In detail, that looked like there was shadows to it and everything, man. And it was like, holy shit, man. And so I started getting onto something.
Whole new world, huh, Saab?
Yeah. So I started twisting the lens a little bit, and I could actually almost create phases of that ball like the moon does. So it was kind of cool, man. I'm going to play around with it a little bit more too. See what I can figure out, man. Because I think the moon and the sun, I think that they're projected images. I don't think they're actually physical. What we see isn't the physical moon and sun. I think they're a projection of something. The moon is
probably invented by a Dutch optician.
You know, I don't know, man. What are your views on that?
I think it's the same as those gaseous blobs for some reason that were being shown.
I mean, why would anybody want to think that how the fuck does gas form together in a ball?
You haven't seen gas form balls before?
No.
Instead of dispersing?
No, never.
You've never seen gas slowly burn from the outside in like a log?
No, I've never seen that. It doesn't happen. Unless the gas is contained, it's gonna disperse with the ambient pressure. It's gonna fill whatever space that it can.
Well, let me redefine that. Okay, like a plasmatic gas. Okay, if that clarifies somewhat what I perceive that view of those images is. They look like plasmatic gaseous objects. I don't even know what they are.
It look like a light would look if you're shining it in a pool.
It's like a transparent thing.
It's almost like when you see those stars that look like that, they're like I don't know, man. It's some kind of energy. It looks it's a cymatic pattern. There's some frequency that seems to be causing that, and I believe water is involved, man. I really do.
I agree, Sovereign. When you look through amateur telescopes, certain stars do have certain cymatic patterns, and they do match certain frequencies that make the same patterns. You know, when they do the demonstration, sand and the plate over the speaker or whatever they do. I've seen that. And,
the cymatic patterns, yeah.
But I've never seen a NASA telescope depict a star in that manner. Not ever.
You know what would be really cool, and it just popped into my head, is to take all these different like you're saying that their frequencies.
Mhm.
Put them all together and see what it sounds like.
You'd
You know what I mean?
probably stop.
Huh?
All right, I'm hearing an echo.
I'm hearing an echo too. Who's doing it?
Somebody close your YouTube out.
My YouTube's out.
There.
I'm good.
But wouldn't that be cool to see what all the different frequencies sound like? It's supposed to be music, right? Isn't music?
But you're saying like play them all at the same time, or just play them all in like a symphony?
Well, I guess either way, something like that. I mean, so that you can hear them, you know. But yeah, like music, maybe like an orchestra or something. Yeah. Why not?
There's a pastor, a preacher, that I guess they can convert light into sound, because I guess, you know, where light is a byproduct of sound, they figured out a way to take flickers of light and convert that into sound. So they can tell, basically each star has its own sound. So like when it says in the Bible or wherever that the stars are singing to God and stuff like that, that's what they mean, I guess. And he takes them and he makes like he takes, I guess, whale voices too and dolphin stuff, and he takes the sound from the stars. Even there was like a pulsar, like a magnetar or pulsar or something, and it was making like a that was the drum beat, and then he put it all together and made a song out of it. So
Wow,
yeah, it's already
that's
been
cool.
done.
Yeah, see, I'm always late.
It's on YouTube. You can look it up. Just stars singing.
You know, I think that, you know, like I said before, each one of them may be part of a huge orchestra that actually creates this reality. You know, frequency, vibration, and energy. And there they are, maybe like the projectors of this 3D.
There you go. Almost like fiber optics plug it into the whole simulation. Conduits. That's what I
It was
think.
you were the person that I heard talking about that and describing it that way, singular.
Yes.
Now I remember. Trying to think of who that was that was describing it.
Yeah,
as like
it was probably this conversation that I came to the conclusion one time on this other person's panel that maybe all these lights in the dome we see are like fiber optics or energy plugs, conduits, that is to each being's spirit, soul, spark here, their character, their so-called
I remember the conversation
being.
and I remember the panel.
Yeah, you were there too. Yeah, you remember. That's why. So yeah, it's interesting, Sovereign, you said that, because I've came to that conclusion too. Maybe all these little blips of light in the dome are actually us plugged into from a remote location, actually having a plug into this type of digital holographic simulation where it's a representation of our character here.
That might help me make sense of every other video you've ever made that I didn't get. You know, now I can come back at it like with a little new aspect.
Who did I just lose?
Nobody.
I thought I lost.
We have 7 still. No, we got 7.
6.
Oh, with you.
Oh, Dr. A.
Oh, okay. There, he's gone.
Dreamy's here.
Jeepus Crisp, he's gone. No. Flow State's gone.
Flow State left. Dickhead. Where'd he go? Let's see what he said. Jeebus got modded, not going to say who here, but I'll tell you, Dave, who it is later. All right. I got you.
And then we're going to do a lynch mob and get him.
That's it. Peter.
Yeah.
Maybe someone will turn it off at least. Oh, he was dicking with me. He's a character. I don't know. He was just dicking with me on that. That's crazy. So here's what these people, this is what they're gearing you for, and this is what there's a lot of people supporting this. Listen to this shit.
And what about those Palestinians in hospital who are on life support, and babies and incubators whose life support and incubator will have to be turned off because the Israelis have cut the power to Gaza?
Are you seriously keep on asking me about Palestinian civilians? What's wrong with you? Have you not seen what happened? We're fighting Nazis. We don't target them. Now, the world can come and bring them anything they want. If you want to bring them electricity, I'm not going to feed electricity or water to my enemies. If anyone else wants, that's fine. We're not responsible for them.
This is the point.
But you keep on.
Are you going to go over there with a shipload of electricity for them? Listen to this outrageous shit they say.
They won't let no one in there to give them electricity and help them.
Well, I mean, how are we supposed to? How is he says if somebody else wants to bring them in and give them electricity, well, you don't let them make their own goddamn electricity. You feed it to them from an area they're not allowed to go, and then you can just exact this kind of tyranny on them. That's fucked up, man.
Isn't the Gaza Strip right through the center of Israel? Who's going to be able to get through?
Lisa, do you think that that's fair? You think that that's fair because some people have hostages, or maybe they don't? Who knows? That should be everybody in that population should suffer. What are you, a racist? Why do you want to lump everybody in the same category? Do you think they should lock all black people up because there was black people that went out and looted and shit in New York City? You think they should just round up all the black people and make them suffer for the crimes of a few? Come on, man. Where's your brain at, girl?
No, listen to me right now. I've heard you enough.
No, I understand. We're trying to have a conversation here. Listen, this is my program. This is my show. And I am asking the questions. You're raising your voice. And I've asked you, and we've already stopped, please. And let me finish. We've already distinguished between Hamas.
I want to tell you, shame on you.
You're trying to speak over.
We are not. Shame on you.
It's nothing about shame. We're trying to have a conversation about a very serious situation here, and you are refusing to address it.
Jump over immediately, and again,
absolutely not. You are incorrect.
They are responsible, because I can tell you that when the UK, when Great Britain was fighting the Nazis during World War II, no one asked what's going on in Dresden. It was the Nazis targeting London, and you targeted Dresden. So shame on you if you go on with that false narrative.
We're not talking about that. And in hindsight, many people have readdressed that kind of carpet bombing.
Oh, I see. Now you're Mr. Clean. Shame on you.
Absolutely.
So is he actually suggesting because you did it in 1941 or 1942, it's okay for us to do that now? I mean, the whole issue of Dresden being bombed has been addressed, and London wasn't bombed until after the bombing of the civilian target. And I'm sorry, Lisa, if that's not what you said, or if you're not down for it. I just figure you're all in on everything else that the establishment pushes. So I figured you'd be down for, the genociding of these people.
Well, just think about it. If this country was truly mad at that country, what would they bomb first? The castles and the palaces where all the freaking, bigwigs live, right? You go after their king like back in the day. Well, now they play these little war games and sacrifice all the little people. To hell with them people. Look at that building behind that dude. Why not bomb that one? You'd really make a big impact with something like that.
Well, it'd be simple.
A lot.
These wars are bullshit because a primary target would be the main power stations. You take out the power grid, basically everything comes to dead still, right? Everybody's in the blind. So these are all orchestrated to create chaos, fear, terror. It's like a loose, dark harvest, negative feed that usually arrives when there's going to be a major shift on the planet, like a frequency resonance of awareness to people. They cause all these distractions that are just not feasible. It's just like reminds me of a bad panel where people argue and don't know what's happening.
This is no different. Listen, this is absolutely no more different than the supposed liquidation of the ghettos by the Nazis in World War II.
Yeah,
okay? It's no different, and they're trying to justify it and if you really look into it, it was them that fired rockets on themselves and made it look like, oh, look, they're doing this from Palestine. Give them the excuse to do this. And through major propaganda, and we took a look at that the other night, through the major propaganda machine, they sowed a narrative, and they've got all of those people that are all in You know, they're like, yeah, we got to go after those damn animals, blah, blah, blah. And you want to know the real animals. Did you know that the Israeli army, they get an award for shooting pregnant Palestinian women?
Yeah, and I believe it. Yeah, they probably get bonus checks cut or keep tabs of who's scoring.
It's saving bullets. See, 2 with 1 shot. They celebrate this with T-shirts and everything over there, man. You got to be careful, man.
Wasn't it the other night that you showed that video where that girl was showing news headlines with these buildings that were on fire or whatever, and then they were the ones that are in the news now as being the ones being struck? So
yeah,
okay, I thought it was, and yeah, that was a good video. Was that on TikTok or was that on YouTube?
I think it was on TikTok.
Okay.
Or I think it was actually on Twitter that somebody loaded on there from TikTok.
Gotcha.
Most likely. A lot of the short format shit that I do show comes from one of those 2 platforms.
But yes, we need to question, exactly, the information we're being fed, and we should back check it. People's like, oh, forget about the past. No, that's where all the evidence is. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, and that is true. What is forgotten is repeated, and then you get the loop reset. No such thing as reset the matrix is going to do. Well, what is the reset in the loop? They just do the same shit over again to cause a negative field, a disturbance in people's ascension progress, their awakening. So it's the same shit, just different piles. Everything they do can be brought back to their main plan. It's just loops and repeats. Does the same thing over and over and over until someone gets their ass kicked and it all ends.
Well, here's the thing, man. People need to stop this bullshit, okay? And take a look at who's really shaking up the jar. All right? And you can see they're doing that right now. They're shaking up the jar. They're getting you geared up to hate a specific group of people so that they can justify, and you can just bet your fucking bottom dollar that they're going to bring something here to really get people behind it. Okay, more of a Lusitania type event, a 9/11 type event, one of those things right there. That you can mark my words, and it's going to be blamed on this thing that you just heard today about Hamas leaders saying, calling for a worldwide jihad. We've seen disruptions happening in various cities around the nation, especially Dearborn. New York, all the police are out in uniform right now in anticipation of some kind of bullshit tomorrow. They're really sowing the fear with this October Friday the 13th thing that's going on. They're really playing on all the buttons. So I don't know. What do you guys think about?
Exactly. Yes. Friday the 13th. Why not Friday the 13th? Isn't it based with traumatic trigger response programming from Friday the 13th, the movie that a lot of people carry in their subconscious and have it cleared it? So basically what you define, they're shaking and rattling one part of the world. It's acting like a virus insurgent, and then it spreads like a virus through a computer to all the other countries with word of mouth, news media, and media on YouTube, etc. And then guess what? You got this everybody focused on this bullshit fake war, distracted from their main objective is just to carry on and create good energetic fields that is beneficial to everybody, instead of focusing on something that really has no resolve or knowledge. Okay, these wars are just like empty, negative, dark anchor stamp, loose harvest deceptions, viruses.
Yeah, don't nobody ever think of the children. They killed a bunch of babies. Get them. They took our jobs.
Dude,
did they really though, or did they have like some type of CGI? I question all that.
I don't know. Look, I know people are dying over there. That's a fact. All right, but just to focus your attention onto the one thing that they know is just going to piss you off the worst. Like, he's a baby killer. If you go to prison, right, and you've got any kind of crime against a kid, you're hit, dude. As soon as you walk in there, they know what you're in there for. It's the same way in this case. Like, people, they're pulling on your heartstrings. They want you to get involved because they want you to want this war. They want you to want America to get involved so that, you know, like 9/11, all this shit, the same thing.
Yeah.
You know, they want us to be pissed at these people that we don't know. And we really don't. A lot of people, I mean, I've been looking into it lately over the past couple years, actually, with the conflict back and forth here. But a lot of people don't even know why they're fighting, you know? And Israel's just as much as fault as the Palestinians. They're both killing innocent people. They know that the Hamas dudes are underground in tunnels, and yet they're still bombing cities with women, children, and innocent people in them. And just
dude, Hamas isn't even fucking real. Of course, they're not going to bomb their own guys. This is what I'm saying. They use this.
Whatever has happened, these guys are living in tunnels underground.
They use that as an excuse to destroy these people. That's what I've said. It's Mossad. It's the Israeli secret intelligence service, man. They are
some real Dr. Evil type shit. I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, for real.
Yeah. Well, sacrifice a few to create chaos throughout the planet.
Deborah Clark. So thank you so much for your support. Deborah's been with us for a long time. She always adds to the conversation. One of these days, I'm going to get her to hit that link and come up. She says her family has contacted her not to go out. This is how well this propaganda is really working. I'll see if there's anything trending here in a minute, man, for real. You got to understand this thing is, and it's ultimately because we're already seeing them pointing the finger at Iran, the arms coming from Iran, all that bullshit. They've been wanting to go to war with Iran since before we went into Iraq, for crying out loud. Yeah. And that was just to set the stage for it, because look how many bases we have there now. Right? So I don't know, man. I think that's what they're really trying to foment. The one thing that's going to stop them from that, I think, ultimately, without them doing the most unpopular thing ever, is that more and more people have to realize what this really is. Not focus on the dot, but look at the bigger picture. And people who understand a little bit, been around for a number of years and kind of watch this geopolitical stage in the Middle East play out and know what it really is about.
I quit watching it a long time ago, Sovereign. It's been going on for so many years now. It's just like stuff like that is what made me quit watching the news.
Well, that's the whole thing, is that they've got the people. I watch this play out because I know how these little games work. And it's interesting to me because I know things about these different countries where they pretend that they're, against each other, and they're really not. Like Israel and Saudi Arabia, right? A Muslim nation and a Jew, no, they could never get along. But the House of Saud actually is Jewish. So what the fuck? You know what I'm saying?
Well, look at the movie The Godfather. It's not about the movie itself. I never even watched the whole dang thing. I've just seen bits and pieces of it. But I know the hierarchy. The boss tells everybody what to do, and they go out and do it, and they extort people and, charge them, way more than they loaned them and all that garbage, and took out anybody that talked about them in a bad way, right? Don't that sound like government to you? The churches will do the same damn thing. They'll kick you out if they don't like what you have to say.
Yeah. Welcome to the mafia government. Reveal.
We see it all the way around us in every country. Like Sob's saying, don't matter what country you're in. Same shit.
You got The Godfather is a great movie, but read the book. The movie is it had to leave a lot out that was in the book, because the book is really quite detailed. It goes into Luca Brasi's whole past, even in the book. But if you get them all together, Godfather 1, 2, and 3, and Godfather 3 really reveals it and shows that connection to the Vatican. Michael Corleone meeting with the Pope. And that's
the Pope.
That'd be interesting to read them. I'm just not a movie person for the most part, but I get the hierarchy and things. I get the hierarchy in the government. I get the hierarchy in the mafia. I mean, but we're supposed to be tending to our lives. Every man is a god. It says so in the Bible. People want to believe in the Bible, but they don't actually read and know what it says. Believing is one thing, but knowing is another. It says in Psalm, is it 82?
You said it, right? People read the Bible. Who has the interpreter, though? The creator, to tell them what it's actually stating without errors. That is correct.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. But all men are
Sovereign,
God.
my comments are disappearing again, dude. And I don't think I'm blocked this time.
You should be.
I tagged someone in a comment and it did not show up.
If anybody's dicking with Jeebus Chris, stop fucking with his shit. All right.
Somebody may.
I'm just letting you know, I tagged the PayPal me in the comment. Every time I tag someone in a comment, the comment will not appear on my monitor. Therefore, I know it's not appearing in the chat.
I know. I do that too. I look to see if it's going on too.
And it's like anytime I mention someone's name in a comment or tag someone or. So the comment said, at PayPal me, you should tell Chili to try it because he said something about going into a church and they would kill you if you had a camera or something.
Right.
So I would not be silenced.
I know people that have been kicked out of church simply because they didn't dress appropriately. So, you know, I mean, their reasoning is just really, really horrible. I mean, I'm sorry, but I grew up, you're supposed to love your neighbor as yourself. You know, you're not supposed to mistreat people. So just because someone can't afford, you know, the same clothes that you wear, they can't come to church. F that. Goes back to that song. Was it Johnny Paycheck that sang it about Jesus wouldn't have been allowed in the church? The Wino song. You know what song I'm talking about, Dave?
Yeah, man.
The Wino song where he went, after he got done at the concert, he went to listen to the music at the church. He wasn't welcome.
Yeah, talk about what is taught by JC, right? Unconditional love. Where is that in the churches, right?
Right.
If you even question things or don't agree with something, some people get exiled from the churches and they're just not welcome back if they're not really doing what the pastor wants, the so-called organization to the certain section called 001 church location.
I was invited to a Lutheran church, and after my third visit of their little Sunday class, I was asked not to return because they kept talking crap and lying to people. And I said, I have my Bible there, and I flipped it open to the page, and I said, but excuse me, that's not true because right here it says blah, blah, blah. And isn't it true there's no contradictions in here in this book?
Jeebus, do me a favor.
I told not to come back.
Okay, guys, hold on a second. Jeebus, type in something to me in the chat right now.
Use a name tag.
Don't use no names or nothing. Just type hi to me.
Okay.
Oh yeah, it'll show up.
Well,
that'll
good.
show up. That's fine.
There you go. That's all I needed. Okay, that's all I needed. No, god damn it! Why is this little fucking heart over here? I hate that.
Now I'm gonna.
Hang on.
I don't know. It's in some. It's in some chats and not in others. It wasn't on yours, and I just
that is so strange. There used to be like a thumbs up or something. Then mine was was something else. Then it turned into a heart. I'm like, what happened to the happy face? It was I don't remember what it was, but it wasn't a heart. I remember that the icon got changed.
There ain't nobody gonna fuck with your shit now, Jeebus.
You locked them all out. Good.
I do like.
So what you're. So what you were saying, Dreamy, why you weren't welcome? Because you're aware, you're catching all the deceptions, and they don't need somebody in there who's aware, who's going to wake up the rest of these sleepers, right? So basically, you would be the frequency resonance there that would assist people to snap out of the hypnotism of the priest's lies or whatever the organization was in error in. So yeah, of course you're not welcome, right? You're like a antivirus to the virus that's gonna wake people up. So they don't need you there.
Well, see, I can tell you, I was like 12 years old. My dad took me to, one of the evangelistic meetings in our town.
You were 12 years old and they kicked you out?
No.
Okay.
I was 12 whenever I went to the evangelistic
Okay.
whatnot. And they talked to everybody. This was mostly for the adults. This wasn't a kid thing, but my dad took me with me. And if you went every night during those meetings, you would get a Bible for free. So I went so I could get my little card punch so I could have my own Bible. I was a kid, come on. And they were talking about my adversary. Since I was 12 years old, I've wanted to know who my adversary was. Who is this adversary they were talking about? Well, then I started asking these questions, and I kept being told, oh, don't worry about your adversary. You just focus on God, blah, 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 blah. You don't need to worry about Satan. You don't need to worry about the devil. But all my questions was, well, who is this adversary you're talking about?
Yeah.
I wanted to know. So I had to go on my own search because they would never tell me. But yes, at 16, I was kicked out of our church. Although I never became a member, I was kicked out of church.
There you go. They're leaving out the most important part.
I got something to tell you. This is kind of cool. My cousin, that he's been helping me out with some shit, and he came. Hang on one second here. So he texted me. I told him, I got my computer back and shit. And he says, oh, cool. He says, that's great, man. He says, hey, isn't it curious that only a week or so after starting to watch your stream regularly, I started getting bombarded with anti-flat content, and not just on YouTube, even on Facebook and shit like that. Recommendations for stuff from Simon Dan and Tune and other shit on Facebook and other.
Wow.
Yeah, ain't that crazy? Ever since he started watching my stream regular, he never had got that before, but now he's getting bombed with it.
Wow,
that's pretty fucking.
It's almost monitored like the perceived. People wake up to organized harassment, gang stalking. It's like when somebody is going to look at something. It's like the shadow banning tries to bully somebody into another direction, like you shouldn't be doing this or looking at that, or you're gonna lose friends and blah blah. You're gonna get perps on your channel.
Check this out, man. I've stuff I've talked about that I'd be interested in looking into. I start getting ads for it, and what got really freaky with me is shit that I hadn't even verbalized, things that I was thinking about popping up.
Yes, yeah.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
But look at this, man. It says your smart TV is watching you. So check.
You can watch your TV, but with this hack, your TV can watch you. Show us how that works.
So one of the things that we were able to do with the smart TV platform was actually abuse the browser to the extent that we could actually gain access to the camera that's built into the TV.
Right.
And so what we can prove here is that with a little bit of extra code, we can turn the camera on in your browser.
Wow.
And while this is evident to you right here because we've designed it that way, this is something that we can do invisibly and actually have the camera running behind the web page that you're looking at.
So what this means is I could be sitting here watching TV from my bedroom, and you could be anywhere in the world looking at this image of me watching.
Yep, I could be sitting on a laptop in a cafe in Paris, and as long as I have a network connection, I'd be able to get into your TV and access the camera.
The kind
or in a basement at Langley.
Scary things about it is that
was
actually
a warning label on the Sony big flat screen TVs that Walmart gave out that year. Remember?
So wait a minute. Where's the camera feature on the TV? What is it that your TV does that you need a camera? I'm wondering because I've never had to use a camera for my smart TV.
The camera is built in, so they can.
Okay,
use
I know, I'm getting it, but why is it built in? Like, what function does the TV have that needs a camera?
You could go on YouTube on the TV. You can go on certain places and do live panels or like Skype meetings and stuff for business purposes, FaceTime calls. Video calls.
No, I get that, but I'm saying I have a Roku TV here, and it's a smart TV, but it don't have a camera on it that I can see at all.
Well, no, you can't. It's inside the screen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They came out.
So
that
how
came
in the
out
shit does it?
When they came out with the
so
flat screen TVs, that's whenever
tell
they
me
started.
how I can use that camera to my advantage is what I'm saying.
You can't.
can't.
It's
Okay,
not for you.
so
It's a
so Singular
because
just
they
said that
watch
you can
you in their
do.
house.
No,
I
no.
got- hear me out.
That was my misinterpretation. I thought of somebody knowing a camera that it has that function, though I wasn't aware it's in behind the screen though. So I'm not surprised, but it is news to myself too, to clarify.
Should there not be a class action fucking lawsuit against the freaking the
Yeah,
TV
billions of
manufacturers for
dollars.
hiding cameras in the TV that people are not aware of?
It's simple. I'm going to tell you how this works, man. It's sort of like if you know that if you reverse the polarity of a speaker, it will become a microphone.
Yes.
It's the same thing with these lenses, okay, with this LCD, all right? It can be a display. It'll work as a camera. You just got to run an algorithm in through it. That's it. And you know they do. Now you got that tied in with that shit that Clinton signed into law back in the 90s, saying that they had to put this backdoor technology into all the new appliances. And this included televisions, computers, laptops, everything that carried on after that.
Okay.
Anything
Yada,
smart.
yada, yada, yada. So now I feel stupid. So what you're telling me now is that it's not intended to be a camera, but it's being turned into a camera by running some shit.
No,
through
it is
I'm
a
not
camera. There is a actual
There
camera.
is a
behind the
hidden
screen.
camera in the TVs. Okay.
Yes.
Well,
Back in if you go back, whenever that one couple, I can't remember, they were a very popular couple when it happened. But anyways, they ended up getting a divorce and whatnot because the wife thought the husband was putting out their sexual content out for everybody to see. It ended up turning out that their computer was in the bedroom, and people were someone accessed their camera and watched.
Yeah, but that's a computer.
I know. Give me a second, for God's
You guys got to stop talking over each other and shit all the time, man.
Oh, I mean, it's hard to talk when to her.
But
You gotta let
anyways,
somebody finish the sentence.
But anyways, when that came out, that was publicized all over the place. You know, and I'm not a Hollywood person. I don't watch the Hollywood. Don't care who stars, who's not. But anyways, I do recall that happening. And it turned out that these people's lives was totally turned upside down because somebody saw that. Now, that was through the computer because you have a cam on it or a laptop, a microphone. Now, with the TV, it wasn't so you would know, you or I would know, remember all that stuff that came out about after 9/11 and the Patriot Act and everything and how they were spying on us. They're doing that through your smart TV, your smart washing machine, your smart refrigerator, and all these other things. They can hear
and by
you and
they, you mean the manufacturers of the TVs, because that's who's putting the cameras in the TVs.
The manufacturers are doing it for the to help with the surveillance of all the people.
This is all orchestrated by alphabet organizations. It goes into a fusion center. Everybody's got all their data collected through NSA, CIA, U.S. Naval Intelligence, the whole fucking package, and it goes into these fusion centers, storage banks, and it's poured over by AI. It's kind of like the thing in that. What was that Tom Cruise movie where they could arresting people for pre-crime?
Right.
You know, the one
Invasion
I'm talking
of
about.
Privacy is a crime. It's a literal crime. So
Minority
there are
Report.
cameras and TVs.
Who are you going to tell? The government?
You're
gonna saying if you can pull a camera out of my fucking TV, I'll let you break it right now if you can prove to me there's a camera inside of it. And I will sue the fuck out of the manufacturer for fucking spying. Because I would assume that they had the intention of spying on me because they put the camera in the fucking TV, right?
Yeah, they had to.
Sony put it as a warning on the outside of the box when you got
it was mandated by the government.
Yeah. And it was
There was
on the
no warning
box.
on the
I
box
read the
that my TV
warning.
came in.
What's that,
There was a
Jeebus?
camera inside. There's no warning on the box that my TV came in that says that there's a camera inside of it.
All right, well,
I
you're
should
safe, man.
walk into my
Okay.
bedroom, with my girl and yada yada. So I'm just saying, if you can find a camera in my TV, I'll let you break the motherfucker
You're
right
safe.
now.
You're safe.
So my question, Sovereign, I have a question
that
for you.
answers my question. I'm sorry, this is the last thing I'm going to say about this. That answers my question, Sovereign. Thank you. What I meant was, is there camera in the TVs that are not intended for people to know about?
Yes, of course.
Well, then there's a lawsuit. I'm just saying.
All right.
Well, I got a question for Sovereign. Well, Jeebus, to answer that part of the lawsuit is they're protected because, like Sovereign defined, they can use the light emitting technology to create a type of camera through the right algorithm. Okay, my question, Sovereign, is now if the TV's off, is there enough of a static field on the screen? Because I know when you shut your TV off, it sustains a static field. Is there enough on there to continue a feed of a surveillance with the TV off? Well, I guess it's plugged in. It can, right? So that is
I
quite.
don't see any way out of it.
Yep.
Look,
Yeah.
here's the thing. You've never been secure. They've been bugging.
yeah.
They've been bugging people and eavesdropping on them, even going all the way back using a thing called the Lily wave. And the Lily wave is what goes through your electrical conduits in your home.
Yes.
They had wiretaps on Bonnie and Clyde, and that was a time when there was party lines and shit. They've always had to keep track of what the people are doing because they really don't want us coming. The more they get shitty, the more they worry about us going to do something back. And
yeah,
it's
that's
like,
what for. That's what court ordered. Warrants are for wiretaps and stuff like that. But spying on somebody
well, that's the
unaware,
police. That's the police got to do that, Jeebus. I'm talking about people that Did you ever see? There's a movie. I just watched this movie on I forget what streaming thing it was, but it was Tom Cruise, and he was playing Barry Seal. Now, if you don't know who Barry Seal is this guy that was running guns down to the Contras for the CIA and bringing back cocaine and dropping it in the Louisiana swamps and shit. Avoiding U.S. detection, all for the CIA. Okay.
Yeah, Adler Berryman.
And these guys sit in these fucking offices at Langley and they just dream up shit. Okay, what if we go ahead and we trade guns for cocaine and then sell it on the black market and then give that money to this outfit over here in Iran or whatever? And it's like, what the fuck? You guys are breaking every law. I mean, they gave this guy, they moved him out to Mena, Arkansas, and that ought to mean something to people. That was where good old Governor Clinton was.
And he became an informant, right? After he was, after they brought charges on him.
No, they ended up killing him, man. He tried to blow the whistle. But here's what happened in this thing, right? So they got him into this, and they said they tested him out on a run. He did a great job, right? So they said, okay, so we're going to get you set up. You're going to have your own business and all this other good shit. And his wife didn't even know that he'd quit working for TWA. He was a pilot for TWA, and he'd quit and was doing this shit, man. And then she found out, but they moved to Mena, Arkansas, which was a little impoverished place in Arkansas, and gave him a fucking airport, Cessna twin engine aircraft and shit, whatever he needed, all his acreage and everything. Well, part of that acreage, the CIA came in and set up Contra training camps. But what they found out, they'd bring these guys in from El Salvador and shit, and they'd be there for that training camp. And as soon as nighttime would come, they'd sneak off and go, meld in with America. They didn't want to go down there and fight and shit. They were getting a free ticket back to America. It was a clusterfuck, man. Total cluster.
Also, the Jeebus, the Patriot Act is when a lot of that was set into play, and the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act allows the U.S. government to do warrantless surveillances of Americans. So they already know this. This is already public information. And I've watched some of it with the Congress, whenever they, ask those questions and just keep going around the merry-go-round.
What about the national authorization, NADD, is that thing called? NDAA, National Disclosure Act, where they can just fucking black bag your ass and take you to Guantanamo and nobody knows anything about it, man. You're just gone.
Yeah, they can just
and it's perfectly legal. Perfectly fucking legal.
Damn.
All they have to do is tie you buying something at a fireworks stand with you having talked to somebody who was a Muslim or something that flimsy to grab you up and just do that shit.
Yeah.
They've been putting this shit in the works. So my point is that, yeah, the police might have to get a warrant, right? But we're talking about the CIA and the NSA. They ain't got to get permission to do fucking shit. They just do it. That's amazing. But also, you brought that out because come on, you're breaking like every fucking law that you would put everybody else under the bus for, in order to orchestrate this complex dropping off of weaponry to some rebels.
That's my point. If you swear an oath to the people to protect rights and privileges and what have you, you should be held 3 times more accountable for breaking that law because you swore an oath to uphold it. Like, I didn't swear to shit, right? And I got arrested for talking. Like, get the fuck out of here.
They don't care. Look,
they are upholding it because the people are the ones, the word people, if you go look up the legal definition, it's the ones in power that took an oath to the Constitution.
Yeah.
Okay? They are protecting the government. They're protecting the United States. We are the United States of America. We are a free people.
Well, it doesn't. Who are you swearing that oath to when you swear?
We're close entities now.
Hold on. Stay with my line of thought for a second. When you're a godless individual and you swear an oath, it doesn't fucking mean anything. You understand?
Exactly.
This is why it used to be you had to, if you were an atheist, if you didn't believe in God, you couldn't testify in court. Sure as hell wouldn't be able to get into office. And if you were secretly didn't believe in God, you better keep it a secret. Or you don't. That's just how it used to be. What good is a fucking oath if you don't think there's any consequences even in the hereafter for it? Regardless of whether you pull the wool over people's eyes or not, that's supposed to count as something that happens. That's why you say, I swear to God, and you put your hand on a Bible and all that good shit.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay, the United States of America, each state, in essence, is its own country. The U.S. or the United States is the District of Columbia, which is a city-state with a law unto itself. So whenever you're making that pledge, they're making that pledge to the corporation, not to us. We're not the people.
But think of this.
Go back in a nutshell to what we're talking about. They don't follow the fucking law that they make you follow. Okay.
Right. Exactly.
All right. So that's.
And if you swear an oath to a Bible, the hand on the Bible don't really mean anything. When you swear to God, they could be swearing to a completely different God. You don't know what God they're swearing that oath to. It's probably not the same God you know of. Just saying.
Right.
Well, do you swear?
It's not.
Hanson, we do. We have the same monarch that you do. We've just been fooled into believing that we broke away from England. We never did. Used to be that the sun never set on the British Empire. Now it never sets on the Anglo-American Empire. And that's the way it's been, and it's coming to an end right now. That is coming to an end.
Exactly.
Well, they all answer to the Pope, so they are under their God.
So anyway, on this camera thing, this is just about over. It's about halfway.
Indication that the camera's on, and there is no little LED that shows up when the camera's on. So it could actually be watching you and you never even know.
What is a smart TV, and why is it a playground essentially for hackers?
Right. It's a computer. So instead of just being, a tube and some other electronics, Now it has a web browser, and it has, a lot of devices were running Linux.
But the real danger is when people start using smart TVs for things like online banking, we can take a popular bank address and translate that into a different IP address to a site that directs to a site that we control. So it may look like your bank's login, but you're actually entering a username and password that goes to us instead of your bank.
They do that too. There's a lot of these. You get those things that come in your email or a text message and says, "Oh, your Amazon account is in jeopardy. Click here to fix it." And you go there.
Yeah, and I think they're talking about those TVs that have cameras that are obviously have cameras for things like Singular was talking about.
To be safe, Jeebus, just cover the screen if you don't want to be seen, because I'm sure it could run on an electrostatic field. It's always plugged in. So even off or on, the technology that Sovereign brought to the table is very feasible and real. Because I'll give you an example. For myself, there was a point in time, my ascension, when I was going out, people were saying things around myself that was my private affairs, okay? So I was like, what the hell? Are they bugging me or something? How are they doing this? So I studied I got this book. It gave information on every type of listening surveillance system that was available. And to my revelation was this type of light bulb that if a device was hooked up to the light bulb or the light bulb was modified, they can listen into the light emitting fields wherever the light covers in a room would act as a resonance transfer device of frequencies, basically a microphone. And I'm like, holy shit, here's all these new light bulbs, and they've got like these computer components inside them. I've taken one apart, the newer smart bulbs, the energy efficient, and they hum. They all hum. If you have very sensitive hearing, I can hear the hum on these light bulbs. So basically, I came to an awareness as they don't even need these newer bulbs. These are just a better version. The old bulbs that are going in the house, like Sovereign said, the electrical grid, the electricity, I don't remember the exact how the word Sovereign used, but it can create a field where it can be used as a microphone in your house. Yeah, we've been bugged from a long time ago. But I want to throw something in. If they ever did bring back the old TVs, they should call them stupid TVs.
Yeah, no doubt, right? Well,
yeah.
Designed to make you stupid, they really do. But how do we fight back? I found a good way to fight back.
Make Tesla coils. Make them really big.
Step
2. Disguise Tesla coils as trees around your compound. Step 3. Lure blue helmets to your compound.
I hate the Antichrist.
Step 4. Wait. Step 5. Activate Tesla coils.
Get smitten with the wrath of God.
Step 6. Get raptured. Step 7. Rejoice with Christ as God pours all of his wrath on earth. Step 8. Live for eternity in paradise. Make Tesla coils.
So that sounds like a plan.
The best way we can stop it is by stop participating in their system, period.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, this is some good information right here. I'm going to share this with you. This is some great information. Hold on, Mike. This could come in handy.
This is a United Nations peacekeeping helmet. It's constructed out of level 3A plus armor. That will effectively stop all handgun rounds up to 44 Magnum, including 12-gauge shotgun. What it will not stop is 5.56 and pretty much every North American hunting round known to man. Act accordingly. This is a United...
Exactly.
A little public service message
Stop
there.
Luke Skywalker from using the Force on your ass either. But hey, Sovereign, I gotta jump off, man. Just a word to any of you guys out there that might be hackers. I'm gonna leave my TV on so you can tune into some adult content very shortly.
Yeah, I'm clicking on it right now.
All right. Oh, hey, and I looked up the Barry Seal guy. He did become an informant for a short time. He turned in a lot of big major drug dealers, and then the mafia. The cartel killed his ass. And like
he was going from like motel to motel and shit, and it was showing in the movie. Like every time he'd go out in the morning and go to start his car, if there were people walking around, he'd tell them, he'd say, "Yeah, I'm just gonna start my car. Go on in, go inside, go down there. Okay, that's good." And he'd start it up because he was waiting for it to fucking explode. And then they ended up, I guess, they walked up on him with shotguns and blew him away at one point. So
They
yeah,
did it
that's
dirty. I'm gonna have to
sad.
watch. What's the name of the movie again? Do you know? Or I can probably look it up. I can
You know
look it
what?
up.
I'm gonna look at hang on, I'm gonna find it for you right now. All right.
This guy looks like Tom Cruise could play him though, for real. Like he looks like a Tom Cruise looking.
All right, Tom Cruise movies. Here we go. I'll know the name once I see it.
Minority Report.
No.
Minority Report.
No, that's not it. That's not it.
No, that's not it. Let's see.
Isn't that? Are we talking about the one with the time cop or a different one?
No, I'm talking about where
that's Van Damme.
It's where he played American Made. It's called American Made. It's from 2017. Yeah, American Made. Yeah, this dude, man, he got into some fucking hairy shit. He really did. So we watched that the other night, and I was like, oh, I remember when this shit was going on. Yeah, we were involved down there. I'm sorry, we were.
And Jeebus, if you want to look into it a little more, I believe it's on the DOJ's page. Section 702 is the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act.
Right.
If you want to look into it,
all I'm saying is, if there's not supposed to be a TV or a camera on your smart TV, right, and someone is tuning in and recording things that you're doing in your house, that is highly illegal, and you can do something about it.
Well, that is part of their surveillance on Americans. So
but
just
if
letting
it has
you know,
a camera, I can understand someone hacking it. But like I said, you guys,
it's wrong.
Tune in.
I agree with you on that.
Later, Jeebus.
Later, guys. Love you.
Good night.
Good night.
So yeah, you're right about that. What he's talking about there, ZXL Master's talking about 308 at 120 meters. 308's a NATO 7.62 round. I've got an AR-10 that fires that. Fucker will kick you.
I like the Tesla coil idea.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea. I like sneaky shit like that. Check this out, dude. This is like, people are like hating on God so bad. Look at this.
With what I'm saying.
Go home.
I need to preach the word of God out here. I need to reach people out here.
Go home, you asshole.
Well, why don't you explain to me why what I'm doing is
wrong? Oh my God.
Go the fuck home.
No, I'm gonna preach.
No, you're not.
Yeah, I am.
No, you're not.
Led by the Holy Spirit.
Word. This is the neighborhood, and you are not welcome.
That's why I need to be here. You need Jesus, man.
Look at how they act, man. What is up with that shit?
Bad actors, man. Bad actors.
Wow.
That's the neighborhood.
That's the foot soldiers' allegiance of the dark side. Those are the new Star Wars Empire troopers.
That's the division in action. See, they've got one person believing one way and another person believing the other way, and both of them should think that the other one shouldn't be there. They shouldn't be allowed. Just saying.
This is more of the same shit.
The programming is out there. We can see it with our eyes open, clearly. Right?
What do you think? Tomorrow going to be a big nothing burger then?
It's going to be a nothing burger plus all beneficial.
I believe so.
It is what we project off as the ones who are aware. Shortly, many people on the planet shall start waking up at their own pace, but the day of that projection is going to be exactly as the aware person is going to project it. The whole world may be burning with negativity, or ones that are deceived to make a negative day occur. But for the ones that are aware, it's going to be a blissful, euphoric day because we're not part of the herd mentality deception period.
Do you think, and I'm just saying from our collective group of people here, chatters, and all of us on the panel, that there aren't a lot of people that are waking up or are already awake to certain things and actually learning more and more of the different lies that we've been told? I
Definitely,
think
everything is assisting that people do. Even on this panel here, people that participate pick up on little bits that are brought to the table and adds to one's awareness, right? Who awakens or at what pace is really their decision on what they're going to do with the information, but everything helps, so like what you're defining.
Yes, Steve Miller, that's what I'm talking. That's what they're calling the call for worldwide jihad. I don't know. I'm glad I'm not up by Dearborn, Michigan anymore. That place has turned into like Baghdad for real. So I don't know.
That's been what happening to all these big cities. I mean, Los Angeles, San Francisco, different places like that. Across the country, they're losing their businesses in town. They're closing down, you know, all these different stores that have been around for a long time are all closing down. They're not completely going out of business. They're just going, you have to order from them online or something. You cannot go into one of their stores and shop.
Listen, here's what I'm looking for is this, right? Everybody just stop killing each other, man. And fucking realize that we're not each other's enemies, man. The people shaking the fucking jar are the enemy, man. It's us versus them. And I don't know how people aren't getting that, man.
I agree with you, Saul. Stop killing each other. If no one hurt you, then you shouldn't hurt them. You're not acting in self-defense. You shouldn't be killing anybody.
Yes, thank you, Barbara. Thank you so much for that right there. Yeah, hit that.
I was worried about Dreamy at the beginning because I thought she was going to put on her jihad.
I'm just saying that I could just be acted like I am and walk around that way, you know. So could you? You could just dress up like whatever you want and pretend, right?
Well, not my jihad. That's
well, you could if you wanted to. You could pretend, just like what's that old movie where the two guys, they dressed up like nuns so they could sneak and get away or whatever.
Oh, that was Cannonball Run.
Yeah. So I mean, I'm just saying that we can take what we're seeing on the screen. It's a play. They've told us we are actors. We are on a world stage. And knowing that Shakespeare helped to form our form of government in all these different acts. Just saying. It's all there.
A very advanced stage that reacts in response to one's thoughts if enough effort is put into it.
Yeah. Why would they call them acts, right? The acting
Can you
president.
Repeat that, Dreamy?
The acting.
Okay.
You know, I mean, they've told us. Wasn't it George Bush, the son, that said? No, it was the father that said we're on a world stage. He's the one that I first recall him actually using that word or that terminology.
Well, I don't know. It goes all the way back to Shakespeare.
Right. Well, yes, about the.
I mean, he's in one of his plays. He says that all the world's a stage.
Yes.
You know? And it is. It actually, it literally is. I think that's what's behind that.
But we've heard that out of our government's mouths for ages now. So we need to pay attention to the words they're using. They're not using those words frivolously. They're telling us. But we keep participating as long as we participate. If they say, oh, well, we need a war over here and we participate and go and sign up and fight that war for them, they're going to just sit back and go, look at these fools. They still don't get it. And laugh at us.
Yeah. Well, here's some more of that like indoctrination. I'm really getting into, it's like with this flat earth thing. It's like, look, we've already figured it out. Okay. I'm not going to argue with you about it no more. All right. We've already figured it out. We're on to figuring out.
You mean it's not a sphere?
No, they've been talking
Come
about.
on.
It just
We're
says
we're
they
so
can't even get out of the
infuriated.
gate. They can't even get out of the gate, man. It dies right at Jump Street. It really does. It's pitiful.
Anyways, continue, Sovereign, what you were going to say.
So yeah, I mean, it's like we're trying to figure out what are these things. What is our world actually really about? We've got a good idea.
Is your leg itching?
What?
Well, we better get up and go.
I don't think he's talking to you, Sov.
Oh, he's talking to somebody else. Okay.
Yeah.
So anyway, like we want to find out what are these things that we see, like what actually is the moon? What is the sun? What is the firmament comprised of? That's the kind of things we're trying to figure out. I'm done arguing with these people about it. And I found this thing about the moon. This is kind of interesting. It says the moon is not a spherical rock floating in space. It's a focal point of electromagnetic plasma that's being projected into reality. So I don't know. I thought we'd check this out and see if we got any thoughts.
Wow. Like some type of deception or something. Wow.
Yeah.
The moon is not a spherical rock floating in space. It's a focal point of electromagnetic plasma that's being projected into reality. This video was taken by a Russian astronaut. It got scrubbed off the internet because it exposes a heliocentric lie. It doesn't matter how you look at a solid spherical three-dimensional object because you can't make it appear two-dimensional. Therefore, this proves you've been lied to about where you live your entire life.
Jeez.
So that was the year I was born, 1965, and I don't know. What do you make of that?
Make of that?
Well, go ahead.
What arrives to myself, like you defined, it's a focal point of a lot of energy, electromagnetic energy. It could be like part of this system, like a harvesting hub where acts like a magnet for harvesting souls, basically energy harvesters, right? The sun and the moon. I know the sun and the moon somewhat. Many people do know they're part of the recycled system. Some people talk about being recycled, repeated, rebirth, that the moon and the sun play a huge role. It just didn't add up until you brought this information. Yeah, sure, it is a type of energy projected up there, a type of hologram, but what's it doing, right? There's a lot of electromagnetic energy there, so it probably is a type of energy harvester. Sure, the sun gives electrical fields, electromagnetic fields, it grows the food, but it takes a lot more than it gives, because I've studied the sun, and part of the sun construct is revealed in the black body that it is, as stars are defined as black bodies. So what black bodies do is they give a certain amount of energy, and they take that exact amount of energy back to itself, like a wave pulse going back and forth, like a transfer. Gives, takes. That's all.
Negative, positive, negative, positive. Yeah.
The thing is this is not just some hologram place. We actually live in a physical realm here. Without your physical body, you cannot interact with it. That's it. When I died, I could not interact with it, but it was still here.
We live on a stationary level topographical plane contained within a dynamic fluid pressure system.
Yeah.
Argue with that, Clover. There's valleys and stuff. So it's a level stationary topographical plane contained within a dynamic fluid pressure system. Okay.
Yeah, it's almost like a container in a container. And definitely gravity doesn't have anything to do with the containment field. It is actually the laws of physics of the design. And what you do find dreamy, yeah, it is a great experience, but I've also realized the human flesh body is the hardware and the spirit soul spark is the software that goes into what I call the human body machine and makes it function. So it is a great experience, priceless experience. And this is what I've been revealed the existence areas as our bodies of flesh and our spirits that is in the flesh having the experience, and that I call in the machine.
Well, I guess because I've been part of a 3D program since 2009. And so when I hear certain terms, I know that those are used in 3D imagery. And, being in a, simulation, okay? Mm-hmm. It's not me that's there, but I have an avatar. I can have houses, I can have oceans, I can have yachts and planes.
Like the Sims, like that video game, The Sims.
Yes.
Okay, so
I'm used very much like The Sims.
So that I'm looked at it like that. Like suppose so you make a character in The Sims, and you have that little character, he's got their whole little life, and you have them take their little Sim computer and download a copy of The Sims on it, right? And then they do the same thing. And then they do the same thing, and so on. And then you go, hold on a second, man. How many times did this happen? How many times did this happen before it got to me?
Right.
I'm looking at an endless chain down the line, but if I look back, it could be an endless chain going backwards too.
A friend of mine made a mesh of a laptop, and a mesh is just like a wire mesh, and you have to decorate it, like taking a chair and having it reupholstered. That's what I do. I drive furniture and build and rooms and things like that. So I really understand the concept when people are saying they live in a simulation. Well, that is a simulation, but that is not me, but I've been part of families, and there's a lot of role playing that goes on in those things, just chatting, whatever, you can think of can happen. But I took a laptop that the mesh was made, and I created a laptop by making the screen on it have animation of what the person that would be typing would be looking at, of course. Wow. But it's just the repeat of the same thing over and over and over again, just loops. But being able to understand the simulation versus the reality is what I'm seeing a lot of people are starting to get super confused with.
Right. Anson says, I wonder how 19th century people explained FE before computer generation. You know what? They didn't have to. The preposterous claim was still the globe, man. There was a lot of people that were trying to push that globe still. We saw that newspaper article from 1901 where they wanted to throw that guy, the education director for Portsmouth, England, in prison for teaching the ludicrous, preposterous idea that the earth was a globe. Blasphemous, they said in the newspaper article. They were going to put his ass in prison for it. So I don't think they had to, man. So I'm just going to offer you guys just a little bit of humor for a second. This is kind of cool. We've been in this situation before, I'm sure, but this one gets ridiculous.
Would you like to donate $1,000 to no. Support. No. No. Support. I'm sorry, I think something's wrong with the machine.
They shame you, blame you, point the finger at you, get everybody to be angry at you. That's hilarious.
That's messed up, isn't it?
Exactly. Now I can't shop there. That's hilarious.
Oh, there's my internet is fucking up on me. Give it a minute here. Connection is fairly good. There we go. Are we back yet?
Yep, I see.
It's goddamn.
That was funny. But that's so true, though.
I know that's how they do it. Is, oh, you want children to suffer and shit. No, that's not what I'm saying, man.
No, but I ain't going to support your war either, because you're hurting people.
Trying to provide. I want to know how you're.
And you're using my brothers and sisters to hurt them with.
Right?
No, I'm not going to participate in that shit.
That's great. A double binding question, right? Put you up against the wall.
Exactly.
Never heard that before used by the government.
So check this out. This is pretty funny. This, I get a lot of people say, "Oh, they don't censor flat Earth." Blah 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 blah. Listen to this shit.
Why don't they censor globies?
What?
I said, and why don't they censor globies?
Well, yeah, right. Check this out. Though this is Jennifer Downs from YouTube. Social media content filtering. Listen to this.
Authoritative, trustworthy.
I'm sorry to cut you off. I only have a minute and a half, and I don't really need to hear what you're trying to provide. I want to know how you're dealing with all these conspiracy theorists on your platform.
So the first way is by demoting low quality content and promoting more authoritative content. And the second is by providing more transparency for users. So we're introducing boxes that provide factual information at the top of results that have shown themselves to turn up a lot of information that is counterfactual, such as searching for the earth is flat on YouTube, where you see a lot of.
Your response is to put a box saying, nope, the earth is not flat.
Correct.
Okay.
So instead of deleting all of the millions of videos we have made, they simply decided to bring in their puppets to reiterate the agenda at stake.
We are already sufficiently motivated to invest the necessary resources and people in addressing this threat.
You can tell it's real because it looks so fake, honestly.
Authoritative, trust.
So this is where I think these channels like Mattoon, Psyop Dan, this is exactly where they're born out of what she was just talking about. There are people in place to combat this. You see? So they censor the fuck out of us and then promote these other assholes. You see?
Yeah,
but
shadow
they can't
banning.
win for losing here, Sovereign. I mean, every one of us are firm in where we stand on the subject.
These channels are going to be like elite clubs. Whoever can find them will be fortunate.
Yeah, no doubt. Right. Look, I've been hanging just under 1,000 subs now for about a week and a half.
Yeah, you're shadow banned, man.
More.
I gain one and I lose 3, and it's like, wait a minute. And then all of a sudden I get a bunch more. And like I said, my analytics are showing false numbers. I mean, they're just really trying to fuck with me. And
I realized. So I've realized something, okay? Like for my channel, I display content. I just unload the beans of what I've been revealed with no restrictions. And I looked for my old channel called The Singularity. You cannot find it nowhere. And I was getting into the core constructs of the system and just displaying the information in raw. Now, the other channel I have, Singular Illumination, I looked for it. It was very difficult. If not, I don't recall exactly, but I almost didn't find it easily or did not find nothing. But the old channel is gone. But another friend of mine he went somewhere and he was looking to review a video, and he said even the new channel, he goes, I can't find a link anywhere. Can you give me the URL, basically the address? So I had to drop him a video on Messenger so he can get back to it. So basically, the only way that people are going to get your channel in the future, possibility is from word of mouth of friends giving the address, the URL. URL link.
All right.
So yeah, your channel, as I perceive and review it, it should have a hell of a lot more subscribers, like if not up double, triple, quadruple.
Look at here, Peter W. got unsubbed a couple weeks back. You know, why are they unsubbing? What the fuck are they doing? Why? You know, I mean, that right there tells me that they're full of shit. You know, the establishment is full of shit. Because if they hadn't even a leg to stand on, they wouldn't worry about goddamn thing I say. Not one bit. You know? Well, I wanted to talk about something else too that today, if you didn't get a chance, go over and watch Flatzoid's perspective, his live today, if you didn't see it. Oh my God.
I didn't catch it.
He had this guy on there that was completely unprepared. Did not, he just said, well, what about your map? What about, and he's like, look, man, a globe is not an accurate map. I'm sorry. And this guy just he couldn't handle it. He ended up leaving. He ran. So it's pretty good. I recommend go over and check it out. I thought it was pretty entertaining. And it just cracks me up because Flatzoid just sits back. He just takes it all in stride, and he'll just go, there you go. Why do you keep interrupting me? And that's all this guy did have was interruptions, and trying to steer it onto something else. And it was, of course, on gas behavior. And I've said before a million times, without that fundamental thing, without that one fundamental thing, which is even allowing us to breathe, exist, and talk about this shit, is that fluid pressure system without containment, man. They really have a bad fucking time with that. They really do. They cannot cope. They just cannot cope. And who's this said something? Maybe. Or was that a message? Oh, okay. Notification. I get all these notifications for all kinds of crazy nonsense all the time.
Well, you should expect to be busy with signal transfers up in that station you're at.
Oh my God, yeah, it's a mess up here. We just replaced all the Wi-Fi.
You need a secretary.
You know, when I first came to your channel, I didn't know it was a background. I was like, who's this fucking guy with all this electronics in the back? He must be like a tech geek or something. I didn't realize it was the space station. Then later on, I'm like, now I thought you were like in a camp or with radiation shields and all. Total tech geek. I was like, what the heck?
Oh no, man! This is actually this is the junk they want you to believe that. Oops! Wait a second. How did I do that? Oops! It's Dreamy. Hi, Dreamy.
Hi.
Oh. No, see, this is what they try to tell you is up there floating around in space. It's like a single wide trailer with like Radio Shack threw up inside of it.
Yeah, Radio Shack. Now it's now called Source, right? The Source.
The Source, yes.
Yeah, why did they take out all the Radio Shacks, or are there still a few left?
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Well, Radio Shack Dreamy turned into the Source. For myself, it had to be with Lingo of the Ascension in the Matrix, because Radio Shack would represent the radial type of existence, laws of physics. We exist in cell emissions, radio waves. And then when we started ascending, we're getting closer to the Source.
So it's just are you serious, or are you just pulling my leg?
No, I'm serious. I just put one and one together, and it changed when I noticed myself, when I woke up in this whole system and started being informed. That's when I noticed a couple of years later, Radio Shack turned into the Source, and the system was really speaking to myself aloud.
So it just changed the store name?
Yes, the store name was changed, yes, to the Source.
Oh, okay.
Changed, whoever bought it over, Radio Shack changed it to the Source, but from what I was informed, Radio Shack did turn into the Source.
Oh, okay. Because ours just got shut down, and I was like really upset because I used to go over there and get stuff all the time. Little parts.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I'm surprised they didn't reno it. Every Radio Shack I knew turned into the Source, basically, but also eventually moved to different locations, some of them. But
yeah, just
I don't know.
Closed ours down completely. No moving here, nothing. Just in a sell out and was done.
Yeah, I kind of
miss
like the
those.
Radio Shack.
I
Radio
like
Shack was different. Yeah, it had different components. You can go in there and buy many different electronic components compared to the new one that
No,
Radio Shack used to be.
I've never heard of the Source.
Yeah, me neither.
Here.
Well, here they all turned it to the Source. It's called the Source or Source.
So
Learn something new every day.
I had to go to Harrisonburg yesterday to get my computer, and I hate going to the city. It sucks. But anyway, there it was. And so I stopped at the Valley Mall. And wow, what a sad sight that was. The malls are just dead. It was like a ghost.
Quiet, right?
Yeah, there wasn't.
What day? My question. I have a question. What day were you in the city?
Yesterday evening.
Okay. So
I went in. I picked up. They told me that my computer had come in, so I had to go all the way to Harrisonburg and pick it up. And I couldn't just go. I had to set an appointment, and I had the two options of between 7:20 and 7:40 p.m. And I don't know why you go in that damn place and it's dead as a fucking doornail. They don't hardly have anything on the shelves. That's the next one's going to go. You watch. That's probably why they're giving such shitty service and shit now. I would tell you, I would say this. I wouldn't take a fucking thing to them to be fixed at their Geek Squad. Take it from me. I dealt with them. As I was picking mine up, there's some college kid was there with his system. And I said, "Are you sure you want to do this?" to him. And I told him of my tale while I was waiting to get mine. This other guy, he was there dropping one off. And I said, "Are you sure you really want to do that?"
Well, you had issues?
Yeah, well, I said, you remember I had the fucking thing was rebooting on me and shit. And the whole rigmarole of me trying to get this goddamn thing fixed. And then I've just got it back last night. And by the time I got back here, I just thought, okay, I'll set that thing up tomorrow and be done with it. So I got it set up. I got all my shit loaded back on it the way that I had it, using a different VPN. Now I'm using Surfshark. Had to pay for that, but whatever. It's a better one anyhow. So let's see, Steve Miller. Yeah.
What type of computer do you have? What?
It's a I forget. It's some gaming system. It's got a GeForce graphics card in it.
Is it an Alien?
No, I don't know. I can't see the label on it right now. It's over in the front. It's a pretty high system. I mean, it's pretty expensive system. So
I bought a computer from the Source, the store that was Radio Shack here. It was an Acer, and at that time, maybe 7-8 years ago now, it was an Acer that I bought, but it came with 1 terabyte, and it was on sale for about $200, and I was like, it must be a shitty computer, but still to this day, it's one of the fastest, best responding computers. It self-repairs itself by grabbing stuff from the internet, the Wi-Fi signals. Never had it jam, never had it seize. It repairs itself. And I'm like, I've never had a computer like this before, but I definitely vouch for the Acer company. But they're definitely, well, that year was good. I don't know what they're doing now. But definitely for $200, I got an awesome computer. It's still to this day functional, and it works really well. Never had a virus or a breakdown with retrieving updates.
Really?
Actually, once I had a virus not too long ago, so I got McAfee protection system just to prevent that from happening, but never had a problem with having to update or anything like that, so it was pretty good. I'm going to ask you, Saab, do you game and you have a gaming computer?
No, it's a gaming computer. I got that because it can handle the load of all the shit that I do on the stream.
Yes, and that's what part of the gaming systems are. They work a lot faster, their circuitry.
Yeah,
that's why I got
more transfers.
That's why I got an office computer, so I could multitask, because they're better than the gaming computers when it comes to multitasking. If you're streaming and stuff, gamers, I guess, is okay. But like with me, I can have, all these different programs opened and a bunch of tabs and work it all together because of way it's set up. But yeah, I really, really like it. And because Best Buy wanted me to put a diaper on my face, I bought mine direct from Hewlett Packard there in Texas, and I have an HP computer, and I've had absolutely zero problems. And they have their own security. That's that.
Cool. What security system did they use? Is there a name to it?
HP security.
HP, yeah. So they have their own sort of like McAfee antivirus protection. That's cool, actually.
Yep.
Is it a laptop or a tower?
Oh, it's a desktop tower.
Yeah, well, those are some of the most solid devices one can purchase. If the right one is purchased, they will last a long time.
My first computer, well, let's not talk about my first computer. I was behind the times. I was still on, my kids was on dial-up, and it was Windows 95. And I was like, why can't we make this thing go faster? Once I learned it, that was in 2008. And they said, oh, Mom, you need DSL. So we went and got DSL, right? And I'm like, well, where do you get that? And found out, oh, through the phone company. Well, anyways, I was very naive. The computer was not even compatible. Couldn't even hook it up to DSL.
you had a dinosaur, dearie me.
Yeah, I learned on the dinosaur. Yeah, that's what my kids called it too, the dinosaur. And so I had to go buy a new computer. I knew nothing. I went to Best Buy, and they set me up with a pretty decent deal for, me. I told them how much money. I go, I have $600. What can you do? This is what I need it to do.
Wow. Yeah. And
so I was super naive. And then when I went back, because they did treat me fair, I think. And even when the computer that I got, it was a compact. Something happened in less than a month. It wasn't even working, coming on or nothing. They took it in, they checked it over. They did get my daughter's pictures that she had put on it from her phone. From her camera and my stuff, and replaced it for free. Everything was nice and kind. But then whenever they came out with this face diaper shit, they said I could be in their store, but they couldn't sell me anything. What kind of sense does that make? Right? So yeah, I said, screw you. And I bypassed them, and I went to their competitor, to the horse's mouth, and bought direct.
What they said you could come into the store, but you can't buy anything?
They couldn't sell me anything until I put the diaper on my face.
Oh, okay. So you refused to do that.
On my face, then they could sell me something.
Yeah, I would have too.
So I told them.
Oh, go ahead.
So I just told them, screw you. I found out several $1000s in cash in their face. I said, I didn't come in here to buy a pack of batteries. I came in here to spend real money. You get bonuses. Remember that. Mm-hmm. And the manager was trying to keep me from leaving, but come back. Look, read the sign. I said, I don't give a shit what that thing says. Don't mean nothing to me. I don't work for this store.
That's right, man.
I said, you turned me away. Screw you. You lost your bonus. And I walked on out, and he was really upset, but he just wanted me to read the sign. He wouldn't say, well, I'm sorry, ma'am, you don't have to wear it. Wear a diaper. We'll let you in, and we'll sell you whatever you're on. That's all he had to do. And I probably would have turned around and said, okay. But he didn't. So I bought direct from the factory and
probably got a better price.
Man.
Sure. Get a better deal that way. Fuck
you
yeah.
Damn right I did. I got one hell of a deal on this one.
I like what Steve Miller says here. He says, I used to joke that the presence of Radio Shack was a sign of civilization. The fact that the company is gone says a lot about the world we live in now. I'm like, no shit, bro. No shit. For real. So I don't know if I did this the other day, but this is the kind. Watch this guy's face. He's supposed to be all emotional about some shit. Okay. And let me know. Do you buy this?
I'm sorry. It's very excuse me. Very difficult to look at these images, Jake. And the human cost. And these are human beings. They're family members, they're friends, they're loved ones, cousins, brothers, sisters. Yeah, it's difficult, and I apologize.
Of course, he
That
has nothing
ain't a
to
sad
apologize
face.
for.
That's a smirk.
And that's such a load of fucking shit. You know,
Exactly.
Come on, man.
It looked like he more or less has like a hot tamale under his tongue or something. Bad actors, but bad actors.
Smirk. Whenever he turned his head sideways, it looked more like a smirk than it was.
Yeah, he's trying not to crack up.
Yeah.
These people, they, I don't know, they're getting ready to push that bullshit on us again with the,
You know what the problem is, Sob?
3
Why
years
we
ago.
shall never believe them. You know why we shall never believe them again? Because now the old actors that were good gone. They got these shitty actors that can't fool anybody anymore.
Exactly.
Oh well, the good old actors are gone.
Yep. Yep.
And it does seem like that, dude. Like when I watch news and watch these certain broadcasts and news reports, it looks like they've gotten really lousy at their deception tactics.
Wasn't it Peter Jennings that refused to go along with the new program, and so they canned him?
Probably. That'd be a good reason to be canned.
Wait a second. Is Deborah Clark still in here? Is she still in? Deborah, I found something for you, sweetheart. You were saying something about the moon being cheese. We have photographic evidence. We have found photographic evidence. This is from NASA, from their big Hubble telescope. They found
what kind of cheese? Swiss?
I think it is. It's got the little holes in it. Is there any other kind of cheese?
Yeah.
Yeah, but Swiss cheese is usually white.
Well,
it's old Swiss cheese.
Oh, sorry.
That mouse
My
peed
apologies.
That mouse peed on it.
Yeah, he put some saturation of yellow sunshine into it. Sipping.
Yeah.
Oh my God. I don't know if y'all saw this NASA training video.
So in the comment, the moon is cheese. Okay, so what would the sun be?
Oh man!
Easy, buddy.
We value your custom. Thank you for waiting. Flight 229, you're clear for departure. Flight 229, you're clear for takeoff.
That's real NASA training right there, man.
It looks like Elon Musk's rocket.
It is Elon. That was Elon that fell.
Oh, did he make it?
Well, he fell.
Well, he should have. He should have like impact-resistant technology.
Well, he did. That's how he was able to get back up.
What was that NASA pinball machine?
It was. Oh, damn.
Do you remember them things?
Do you?
I remember the old pinball machine with the dragons. When you hit the dragon, be like,
Oh, yeah. The one with the
Old.
basement, double decker.
Yeah. Anyways.
Those were fun. I didn't mind pinball, but I never got into like video games. Like when Pac-Man come out and everybody was crazy over Pac-Man and
oh yeah,
and all those. I wasn't into none of that stuff.
I used to like to go to, well, I sold joints at the arcade, but that's all.
Remember Cracker Jacks? You used to get the little toys in the Cracker Jack box, and they had the little pinball machines. You know, you have three little balls, and you get to play pinball. And that was in the Cracker Jacks. Now they just give you paper tattoos. They've cheapened over the years.
So my brother was scalping tokens at the arcade, and I was selling doobies out behind the place. It was an interesting place, but that was the place to hang out, man. It was a movie theater, arcade thing.
Yeah.
And we'd go there and I used to like to play this game called Moon Patrol, but there was Galaga. Everybody was playing Galaga and Defender and shit like that. And Pac-Man was kind of by the wayside by that time. Everybody was playing the more
Miss Pac-Man.
Yeah, well, Miss Pac-Man was around too. Everybody had figured out the goddamn paths by
Maze.
then, though.
Yeah.
You know, yeah.
So what was the end game at that time?
Well, Tempest was real big. Defender was big. Stargate, which was like Defender, but a little more advanced. That was pretty popular. And Centipede. Remember, Centipede was pretty hot. I got pretty good at Centipede.
So I guess you're around in the era when they brought out those cartoony type of video games where there was a cartoon.
Yeah, that was already out of video games by then. I mean, as far as home games are concerned, I kind of topped out on the Atari, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, Asteroids was kind of cool, but Missile Command was the shit. I was pretty Galaga. Yeah, Galaga was a big one too. I got pretty good at that one too. But
the only two kind of games I played was Zelda and what is that? The Roller Coaster Tycoon. Actually, my daughter just wanted me to help her, and then I got kind of engrossed in it and won it for her. But see, those aren't like Mario where you're jumping over stuff and trying to not fall in pits.
I think I found some fear. For us to watch.
But I prefer actually talking to people. So like 3D programs with people talking to each other like Sims or Second Life.
Interactive programming games.
Stuff. I prefer that, being able to talk with people.
Yeah, it's more fun.
Yeah.
So this guy's got something about the Jihad. And I'm going to take a little toke off my bowl, man.
You all ready for Hate Fest 2023? I actually made a post about this last night and didn't think that within the space of 24 hours I would have to update it because the level of hatred, both in the real world and, of course, on these hate chambers, social media platforms, has increased exponentially even over the last 24 hours. Listen, tomorrow, Friday the 13th of October, is even being designated a global day of rage by a Hamas leader, calling for people to exact revenge or show their hatred or retaliate in some way for Israel's movements into Gaza. Global Day of Rage.
Rage.
That's on one side. Then we'll have Israel on the other side, effectively calling for the entire population of Gaza to be cut off from all food, water, electricity, and fuel supplies. You know, what is this? What is this if not hatred? Global hatred transcends race, transcends location, transcends any so-called religious beliefs. People are commenting on it. People are really picking up on this. Said things were bad over the last 3 years. You know, anti-lockdown and family members falling out with them over vaccines and jabs and people losing their jobs over the scamdemic. But this is another level. And it's been less than a week since Israel's declaration of war. Can you imagine if things keep going on the trajectory that they're on right now, what it's going to be like even in a month or two? Hate Fest 2023. Do not be a partaker. Do not get sucked into the hate vortex, because I can see many people getting sucked in. Even over the last few days, I'm shocked. Some of the people that are getting sucked into this and propagating it. Hate, hate, hate. Do not be overcome with evil, but rather overcome evil with good. Stay sane.
That's why I said don't participate in it all.
That's right.
I'm not going to be in a rage tomorrow. Geez, I got more things to do with my time.
Yeah, I'm not in a rage. I'm armed. I'm always armed.
I think we all should send them some food. How about that?
That won't get to them.
I know it won't.
Remember Ken O'Keefe? He was trying to deliver aid and shit to the people in Gaza, and they fucking raided the boat and held them at gunpoint and all kinds of shit. And it was just food and clothing and shit for these people.
Well, there's your proof. Who started it?
Yeah. Who do we lose now? We lost
Sing.
Sing a song. Yeah, I'm gonna be shutting it down here in just a minute anyways. This is kind of interesting shit. These statues, I want to do a show about these because this is really some crazy looking shit, man. Have you ever seen this? This almost looks like people have been turned to stone. Look at that shit.
Yeah, some very super good artists back in the day.
You know, you find out that these sculptors weren't but like 25 years old when they fucking did these things, and it's like, come on, no way. that one right there really gets me.
The thing is, though, is well, there's different types of sculpture. Now, in my opinion, a lot of these stone sculptures that we see like that are so fine and detailed. I think that was a polymer type rock that they created because of the things that I know now and building materials and stuff, that they can use polymer to create rock, you know, like granite and marble and different stuff like that out of crushed stone, like cement, but it's much finer. So I do question sometimes some of the carvings themselves that they claim to be carvings.
That one of the guy, Dreamy, that one with the guy with the fishing net. I can't remember what it's called. Something about escape or something like that. But anyway, that one, you look at it and it's the little fiber lines in the net ropes is there. And then the flesh beyond the netting. Somehow they went through those little squares, those little holes, and chiseled that out and polished it. And get the fuck out of here with that, man. Geopolymer, yeah, that's what Benny Boy says. Yeah, geopolymer. I thought that too. I thought, you know, what if these are 3D printed? You know, maybe they had some kind of 3D printing. I think that Da Vinci was actually.
Well, it would have been done layered, so they wouldn't have been doing it through the holes. It would have been layered on. You know?
No, well, yeah, but that's what I'm wondering. Was it printed? Because you know, when you do a sculpture, that's from one piece, right?
Well, not necessarily. Depending on your, like, if you're using one solid log and carving it out, like with a chainsaw and then chisels and then, you know, finer tools beyond that, you know, there's some amazing things that can be done out there, Sovereign. Art is something that is, you know, really awesome. But if it was like, if they were using one solid piece of rock, then that would be, I would say, that damn near impossible. That's why I say
Look here. Unindoctrinated, he's going over to trim his neighbor's bushes. Yeah, we know what's going on there, Ryan. Come on, bud. All right, so I will show that, Angela, in just a minute. This is something people got to understand too, right? They see this symbol and they automatically think Jew, right? You got to know something about this. So Dreamy probably already does.
Where does that symbol come from?
It's never written explicitly in the Bible itself.
Is it in the Talmud? Is there a passage in the Bible about that or no?
No.
Okay. So you're not really sure exactly where that comes from?
No. You got me.
Is it nobody knows, huh?
I don't know. I'm not, yeah.
Because I know it's called the Star of David.
Yeah.
Does that have anything to do with David?
No, I don't think so. There must be somewhere. I do not remember exactly what the association was.
Okay.
You get back to the Masonic fraternity of Freemasonry.
Yeah.
Their great symbol is G. You'll look at the star on the compass, which is a stylized Star of David. In fact, they have the entire Star of David in many Masonic temples. Why is that? Masonry is a study of the Kabbalah. Albert Pike said in his book Morals and Dogma that the Kabbalah is the very basis. Without the Kabbalah, we would not have the 33 rituals of the Masonic Lodge. But the god they worship, the great architect, is Moloch, God, star god, called Remphan or Kiyun. All these were names for Moloch.
Ye took up the tabernacle of Moloch and the star of your god Remphan, figures which ye made to worship them, and I will carry you away beyond Babylon. And the star of your god Remphan, but ye have borne the tabernacle of your Moloch, and Chayun your images, the star of your god which ye made to yourselves, and Chayun your images, the star of your god, and Chayun your images, the star of your god, and Chayun your images, the star of your god.
And I know the blasphemy of them which say they are Jews and are not, but are the synagogue of Satan. They are not Jews, and their claiming to be Jews is blasphemy. But you claim to have a covenant relationship with the God of righteousness. I say you're a so-called Jew. You are Satan masquerading as a covenanted people of God. You must be exposed regardless to the consequences. The synagogue of Satan is not just composed of so-called Jews. It's composed of people of like minds that are under their influence.
So that's interesting that, all those rabbis couldn't figure out, where is that from? And it is, I think the first instance of it being used biblically was, and that's where that scripture had come from, was Herod. And of course he married the Egyptian, and she was into all this ritualistic magic and
It's
shit.
not that they don't know. It's that they cannot say it publicly.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's the whole thing. It's not the actual symbol of Judaism's the menorah, right? Not that.
Right. But I'm just saying that they know what it is. They
Maybe.
just can't actually say it
Where does
publicly
that
because
symbol
then they
come from?
create the controversy.
Maybe.
Right? Off with your head, says the queen, right?
Well,
If you say something out of turn.
It comes also to where the Kagan and the Khazarian Empire had actually unified these warring tribes of Khazars, and they adopted a Kabbalistic form of Judaism, and they blend right in. This is why you've got, well, it's the same as even in Christianity. You've got these different sects. Now you're Orthodox Jews, you've got those, and then you've got the Talmudic Jews. Now this is on the religious spectrum. It's kind of like how we have Methodists, we have Baptists, we have those that are Paulists, we have those Christians that reject the teachings of Paul because, Paul robbed the church and he was kind of a dick. He kind of like he was like control. I see Paul as like controlled opposition, Oh, look, I talked to this donkey and I'm a good guy now, and it's like, wait a minute, motherfucker. You used to, steal and rob and rape and pillage and shit. And you're trying to, be the head of this thing and tell us all what to do. If that's not the first sign of being co-opted by Rome, I don't know what is,
Well, see, that's the thing. I think that that's where they have us looking in the wrong direction, because Francis isn't the Pope of Rome. He's the Pope of Spain. He's the Bishop of Rome. And when I found that the other night, I'm like, there's what I've been looking for. Just one more key piece to the puzzle. Because we do all say that all roads lead to Rome, right? How many millions of times have we heard that? And we never questioned it. Well, the Pope isn't the Pope of Rome. He's the Pope of Spain and the Bishop of Rome. That's two different hats he's wearing.
Right.
I mean, that's why I'm always questioning things, Sovereign, because nothing is as it seems.
So Motorola asked a question here a minute ago. And this is the best I can even answer it. And this is from the 2012 Olympics opening, or the show that they had there. So this is the best I can do about it. Other than that, they like to give us crap, but this was quite a little show. So I'll let you make your own decision on that.
The 2012 Olympics opening ceremony has to be one of the most creepiest performances I have ever seen. I'm talking about the one done by the National Health Service. The performance starts with hundreds of hospital beds all over the stage, and there's nurses reading them bedtime stories before they go to bed. After they're done reading them the bedtime story, they eventually tuck all the kids into bed. Once this is done, they do this interesting little dance, and then it cuts to the scene where there's this girl under her covers reading a book.
Dancing nurses, right?
When everyone's asleep, the demons start to come out. The camera keeps cutting to her and then to the demons as they multiply, alongside other creepy things. I'm guessing this is a big cage to trap everyone. The girl that was reading the bedtime story then gets lured up by this massive demon that spawns out of nowhere. Say what you want. I don't care what children's book or children's movies this is from. This is flat out creepy. Demons then make their way to the children's bed, scaring them and making them run away. Then the nurses become like possessed. They all start doing this weird robotic motion of dancing. The stage was made up of newspaper headlines, and there were subliminal messages all over the flooring. It's hard to read them, but you can go watch the original video and look at them yourself.
Extremely interesting. I don't really pay attention
2012
much to
Olympic.
that.
Yeah, they put these things right out there for you, you know?
Yeah, nice little harvest. Put the kids to sleep at trance and let the demons work them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
There is definitely a demonic spiritual realm out there. That is so true.
Definitely is. Definitely is.
A lot of people do not comprehend or know how to use spiritual warfare. I employ everyone to learn how to use it for their benefit.
And I influence what you just stated. It is definitely a must at certain progressed levels in one's ascension.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's awful. It is. It's sickening. Push button says sickening. Deborah Clark says awful. Yeah, that was Andrew. That is from the 2012 Olympic 1992 ceremony in Barcelona. Oh yeah.
Barcelona, Spain, isn't it?
Yes.
Interesting, isn't that? What a connection.
Yeah, right back.
I look for those little things. We're talking about Spain, and there you go. You got Barcelona. How interesting. I find that to be confirmation of what I'm speaking.
Here's another one of these things. Here's Netanyahu, and here's Netanyahu. I'm seeing more and more of this. The same guy? No? Yes?
Not the same guy.
See,
maybe his cousin or his brother.
You got blue tie Netanyahu and red tie Netanyahu, kind of like you got blue tie and red tie Trump.
You got the blue pill or the red pill, right?
Yeah. I don't know, man. So as we were saying, it's all.
Well, look at Biden. I mean, I'm sorry, but and Nancy Pelosi, they have shiny ass skin. They're old fuckers. Where the hell are they getting their shiny plastic skin from? Where's that coming from? It looks like plastic.
So there's Biden.
Old Biden. And new one. See, that's one of them rubber mask things that they pulled over somebody's face. That's not him.
No, I don't think it is.
I think what we're looking at are, what they call them, androids, plastic people, robot people.
It's his clone.
Well, no, a clone's supposed to be an actual.
Yeah, I'm not so serious. You know what?
Biological thing, and that is a deal. You know, they did the ones with the animals that they told us, but they're doing it with people too. But those are not. Sovereign, didn't you show that one video where the guy was
you got
mask and then he pulled it off over his head and he was totally a different dude?
Yes.
You showed that. That's what I'm seeing.
Peter, you gotta be fucking shitting me, bro. You gotta totally be shitting me. Is this Nubs? Is that Nubs?
Where?
He's down here in the thing here. I'm gonna get him. Hold on a second here.
I miss Nubs. I haven't seen him in ages.
I haven't seen him in a long time either. He's calling himself Mr. Pie. But I wanted to say, Peter, dude, my friend, you are so all in. It's not even funny, bro. I don't even know what to say about that. Did you read that? This is what he's saying about the 2012 Olympic thing. The demons were a celebration of UK children books. Peter Pan. I didn't see anything reminiscent of Peter Pan or Harry Potter. The Child Catcher, I don't even know what that is. Queen of Hearts, Hook, Cruella de Vil, and Lord Voldemort. Who told you that? That's insane.
Well, those all depict creepy crap,
Yeah.
demonic stuff.
Yeah.
So what's going on, Mr. Pie? What's on your mind, brother?
Oh, dude, I'm just checking in. Late night. Yeah, I follow you guys, so just checking in, man. I haven't listened for a minute, so I don't know I don't know what the topic is.
Oh, we're just kind of all over the place. We were talking about the current psyop situation. Tomorrow is supposed to be a national day of rage for Islamic jihadists. They're pushing that narrative around, trying to generate a lot of support to get us back into our hating on Muslim people, so we can get a lot of war.
Yeah, dude.
Send our firstborn sons off to be sacrificed once again for Moloch.
Yeah. Yep. Divide and conquer. This is the new thing. I think this is me personally, I think it's the beginning of the end to the Black Swan event. Like the financial destruction, like I think this is the catalyst to what's about to happen. It's been waiting to happen for a minute.
Well, I said it was going to be a prelude to going to war with Iran. We know that Iran was a target before we even went into Afghanistan, before even 9/11 even happened. That was a target. There were 9 countries on that list. And they were all countries that were not part of the, they weren't under Rothschild bank control. Now all but 2 are. And Iran and Syria, I believe, are those 2. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to welcome also John Thomas to the stream. See, we got a live studio audience. You get treated with class over here on Sovereign Soul. See.
Thank you, brother.
How you doing tonight, John?
Not too bad. I want to say I condemn these actions of Jewish people living in the Israeli state.
Yeah, I'm not real fond of what they've been doing for a long time. As I said, I have a friend of mine who's Palestinian. His family came here from Jordan. And it's a living hell over there. It really is. Purely because we condemn racism, and it's like the most racist apartheid state in the world right now. You remember when we boycotted everything from South Africa? They made it illegal for people to have Kruger rands, which were gold coins with President Kruger's face on it. It was illegal to get you prison time for even having those. That meant that you bought it from South Africa. You supported them and shit. It's terrible, man. I think David Icke's got a good take on this today. Kind of hear what he's got real quick.
This was not a surprise attack. We have the Israeli Defense Forces as one of the most trained and best equipped armies in the world. We have Mossad, one of the most sophisticated and widespread intelligence agencies in the world that make surveillance an art form. It's on the cutting edge. It knows everything that's going on in that area. And we're talking about a very small area. But somehow, hundreds of Hamas, quote, militants put thousands of rockets into Israel, which they somehow gathered or built or whatever, without Mossad and the IDF having any idea. Oh, no, we didn't know about that. We had Hamas operatives coming into Israel on frickin' hang gliders. But they never knew it was coming. How did 400 Hamas pass through today? The answer is they were allowed to.
That's what I've been saying, man.
Yeah, it's a bunch of garbage.
This was not.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. I'm seeing a lot of talk, and it's saying this is bullshit. And it's not. I'm seeing more of that, or at least an equal amount as I am seeing this. Oh, let's just go in there and stomp those animals out. I mean, it's not like after 9/11, where everybody was like, turn the Middle East into a parking lot, blah, 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 right? We're not getting that. It's sort of like once bitten, twice shy, I think. Hopefully.
Yeah.
Hopefully people are pulling their head out of their ass. For real.
Israel knew when I was coming 7 years apart, Dave.
Hey, Lisa, they can't go anywhere, man. They can't go anywhere. I don't know what you don't understand about that. And if you're buying this for real, they go in and they do this and then they take more land. Do you realize how much land the Palestinian people have lost just incrementally through this type of bullshit? I mean, what do you think? The 6 Days War, that was how do you think they even got the Golan Heights? That was part of Syria. They kept that, man. That's still contested area.
Yeah. So why does it matter who owns what? I mean, like these borders and all this bullshit is something we've constructed as man. Like, they have every right to be pissed off about this, and then Israel is doing this. It's the same thing, dude. It's divide and conquer. It's same shit every fucking day. Now the shit's off of Ukraine and Russia, and they're like, "Oh, we didn't get our fucking money." Now, dude, now it's like they're pushing propaganda for World War III. It's a playbook that they've always do, dude. It's money laundering. It's bullshit. There's a bunch of fake fucking propaganda with babies being their heads cut off, this and that. Like, we don't know. Everyone wants to have an opinion. We don't live over there. None of us really know.
It's a money laundering system.
This is garbage. Like,
it is.
They're trying to pull on everyone's emotional heartstrings as empathetic people in the world, and everyone's waking up to be like, no. This is garbage. Fuck you.
Yeah.
Why do we until maybe that's why the borders have been opened up? Like, I think this has been set up for a long time for World War III. It's going to happen maybe something's going to happen on in our territory. Then we have to respond. But
are you in the U.S., Mr. Pye?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I'm in California. Call me California.
Well,
I'm from Texas originally,
Uh-huh.
but
so am I.
I'm in a red county. I would
Yeah.
call it a red county for California. I'm in Northern California. All my friends, I've got 2 wells, solar. No, I'm off grid. My friends have ducks, goats, chickens. I've got 2 wells. Bring it on, motherfuckers. Let's hit the EMP and let it all go down. I'm ready. I've been stocking up for a long time. I'm ready for it. But
this was,
the whole
go ahead.
Don't get settled on that. Look what they just did in Hawaii. It could all disappear. Now your wells won't. But all this
I know, but
and everything else can.
I'm good. I'm good with everything, dude. I've done some ayahuasca, some acid, some mushrooms on the regular, and I'm not scared of death. So
I'm not.
I'm not afraid either.
All this bullshit in this world is a bunch of garbage distractions. So, in my opinion, it's just to watch people. I cannot even look at the internet the last week. I've refused to even look at it.
Yeah.
Because people are taking sides, they're dividing, they don't know shit about Israel. No one knows a bit shit about Hamas. And everyone wants they want to have an opinion about everything. And they don't know shit about their plight, about nothing.
I've been watching this shit. Listen, I've been watching this shit since I was a kid. And, I've gone down every fucking rabbit hole as far as what this is all over. And it comes right down to political Zionism. And it comes in right down to Albert Pike's idea for these 3 world wars. I think you're right on cue with that. Now, whether or not they're actually going to, we're already in World War III, if you think about it. Everybody's ready to fucking pull the trigger. And I just saw this here where Isaac's Army tweeted out, says BLM and Muslims that support Hamas are organizing in our cities, chanting intifada, calling for an uprising and Islamic jihad around the world. Use the Second Amendment to protect your family if put in the situation. And this was this is pretty good sized crowd, but there again, we don't know. The camera sometimes can lie.
Yeah,
So
my thing is I live on 20 acres out in the country on a dirt road. And if I didn't look at the internet on the daily basis, I would never know.
No.
What's going on. Just same with the C-19 bullshit that I never wear a mask on.
Yeah.
I don't play these games anymore. So if it's not right on my front doorstep, if I weren't looking or listening to the internet every day, then I wouldn't even fucking know what's going on in the world. Everything in my world's peaceful.
Mm-hmm.
It's gorgeous. I got great neighbors. Everything is right in the world. Until I look at the internet, I wouldn't even fucking know what the fuck is going on the other side of the world. And we don't even know if that's true. We don't know if it's propaganda.
That's it right there. That's it right there. We don't know if it's even true. Exactly. And this is how I look at everything. Now, I find it interesting, and I keep abreast of it because I like to see what the fuck are they going to pull next. I'm watching the totalitarian tiptoe. I got a front row seat to the end of the fucking world. This was kind of cool. And like I said, it doesn't concern me, you might die. So that's inevitable. That's going to happen anyways. Big fucking deal. But look at the crowd.
If you're good with yourself, Dave,
yeah, man.
What does it matter? I've done some ayahuasca. I've been deep on the shrooms. I do the shrooms on the regular. And to me, a lot of this shit's laughable. I'm like wondering if we just, if we're wondering if we're just like leveling up for the people that are actually awake. Like, I've got family members that took the thing, did the thing, and maybe they're just never gonna know. I go to the city and I get sick. I see all these NPCs, and it makes me, dude, it makes me sick to my stomach. Like I can barely handle it. I'm like, what am I supposed to do with this awakenness? Like at first I got pissed off. But at first I wanted to tell everyone that I know and care about. Oh, dude, this is what's going on. Like and then I get blocked. I get censored, and I lose a bunch of friends, and that's the life that I'm living, because people think you're crazy, they think you're insane, they think whatever, and then at some point I'm like, okay, now I have to accept that it is what it is. What do you do?
It's kind of like death. You go through anger and denial and all these different emotional things. And I get what you're saying. I found out at a very young age I wasn't wanted by my parents. So, you go through a lot of anger and denial and all kinds of things. And it's the same way with death and other things. And so, when what you have to focus on, you come into this world alone. And you will leave it alone. And so we have no choice but to live what is in our hearts and what we think is right to do. It's all we can do, because nobody's going to agree with you. There's going to be some that say, hey, I see that. And you'll find those people, and those are the ones you make your family.
Yeah. And actually, like, I'm very blessed. Like, my family's kind of come around. My mom did 2 jabs, and now she went to a heart specialist. Like, there's some shit going down, and she's a nurse, and
that's sad.
She was scared to death. She wore a face shield, a mask.
We're not. Hey, hold up. We can't go in that topic.
Okay. I'm sorry about that. But
all right.
I mean, like, in general, like, you have to make your path and walk it.
Yeah.
Well, and use some fucking logic. Use some logic. If you see people deathly afraid like that, but they don't care that these things they've been breathing through and are infected are all over the goddamn ground and parking lot, there's no biohazard bins, then that's pause for question. That's pause for extreme question. It's like, wait a minute, one droplet of my spit can kill an entire village, but we can leave all this shit just laying around. There's no biohazard bins, nobody gives a shit. Come on, it's all theater. And that's what we were dealing with that whole time. But, we're not allowed to point that out because assholes.
So, Dave, I know your channel has been about, like, Mandela effect, the moon, like all this shit.
Yeah.
And so, that's what attracted me. I mean, it took me a minute, but I mean, like, I remember the bills for 9/11 before 9/11 ever happened. The bills before that, you could fold them up and you could see that it's like the irony, like, they just laugh at us.
They put it on the
bill. Like, they put it in your face. Like, the bills showed that the towers from $100 bill to a $1 bill. And I remember thinking that, like, way back in 2007 when I started finding out about that shit. And I was like, surely, but I didn't care, because I was in the world, and, like, I was still manipulated. I was still a slave. I was still I was so blind to it all. I didn't really see what was real. And then once you see what's really going on, you get fucking so pissed off.
Oh, I know it.
You didn't even know what the fuck to do with yourself.
You actually go through 7 stages of grief.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You know,
dude.
really-
Yeah, for real. Yeah.
Let me address something Peter says here. He says, do you know the website B. Salem? Probably not. I don't watch Jew websites. It has many videos of settler violence against homes, people, crops, with the IDF standing by and protecting the settlers. Yeah, those are the Jews that steal these people's lands, you know. And let me just show you what goes on with this. You don't understand how this place operates. This is a great little skit, and this little example, this maybe will help you understand. Watch.
I just wanted to say one thing.
Hey, man.
Go ahead.
I think your channel is very much about exposing the lies.
It is.
That's where I see it.
Is.
And I love that about you. Thank you.
I focus a lot on flat earth because like I've said before, that is the foundational Jenga block in this whole Jenga tower of deceit, because you pull that one out, it's amazing how quickly the rest of them all start falling. But you can go ahead and take other ones out. Sometimes people have done that, you know, like they go through different stages.
So Dave, like I'm with you with this, like even with Z and everybody else, like I used to think it was ridiculous. I'm like, no, it's around, like, I mean, like, think about our eyes. You know, like the way our eyes look, and like there is something to the circle. And so you would think that like we have a planet that's a circle.
Right.
But then once you start thinking like water always finds level. We're spinning in a million miles away. We don't want to feel anything like, and someone's like, hey, well, when you're driving or when you're flying, you're not feeling anything. I'm like, well, tell the pilot to spin the plane and don't think that you would flip around in a million circles. Like you would bounce up and down in a plane, you know?
Right.
Do a 360. Like they're like, hey, well, if you're in your car and you don't feel the movement, or if you're in the plane, you're still going with the speed, but yeah, flip the plane around.
Well, put the plane in a barrel roll while doing a loop the loop. Now you feel that shit.
Exactly.
Right?
Are you gonna feel that? Yeah. Are you gonna feel that shit? Yeah, exactly.
All right.
I mean, anyways, I'll let you go, Dave. I'm sorry.
That's all right. So I was just wanting so Peter can understand what's going on with this shit, right?
Hey, man. This is actually my place. Well, me and my family have lived here for generations. Who told you that? This ancient book of made-up stories. Would you be happy enough just to piss off or die? No. All right, calm down. God, you're so confrontational. Plan B, let's share. How could that possibly work? I get the house, you get the shed? Are you kidding me? I get a few guns, alarms, a few cameras to keep an eye on you, and obviously nothing gets in or out, including yourself, without my say-so. But yeah, I think I'm willing to compromise on this. What the hell are you doing? Defending myself and my home? Oh, why are you so violent and angry? He just kicked me out of my house. Where were you for that part of the story? What's the headline here? Housing dispute, conflict. I'll just put it's complicated. New owner seeks peaceful house shed resolution with terrifying legacy tenant. All happy? You know, I don't feel safe in my own home I just stole.
You get it? Do you get it now, Peter?
Can I make a little addendum to that why I think they're messing up so bad over there, Dave?
Why is that?
Just like that guy said, the whole claim to the land is it comes from the book of Moses, right? It says that there was people long ago. Their names was Canaanites, and that's where all the legends of the vampires come from. That they were blood drinkers, child sacrificers. They served Molech. And that the Israelites were told that they had to wipe those people out. They had to kill all those people. They couldn't, they couldn't let them live. And that's the whole claim why that was their land, because God told them, brought them up out of Egypt, that when you come up out of Egypt, now there's these people you have to kill. And supposedly they were giants. They were into bestiality and everything you could imagine. And
yeah, but didn't Moses get them tablets from the top of the Mount Sinai that said, "Thou shalt not kill"?
Thou shalt not commit murder.
And then whenever they get down there to Promised Land, then their God all of a sudden changes his mind or has a change of heart and says, "Go in and slaughter every man, woman, and child." Come
not
on.
exactly. That's not.
Yeah,
I mean, it says
yeah,
not
John.
to commit
Hey,
murder.
yeah, John. You quote from a book that's been.
It's their plan.
No, I'm saying no. It's been edited. It's been, dude. We can't even agree on last week, and you're gonna you quote a book. I mean, I'm sorry, John, dude. Like
the principles.
No.
Listen. Okay, if
you
you want to
quote
say I
some
can't quote a
garbage.
book, well, then you can't quote a book neither, brother. That wasn't my
I'm
main
not
point.
quoting a book. I'm doing what's innate in my being.
Well,
Do
you're
you not
quoting
think
from your
that
being.
No, do you not agree that you have an innate
Look, that wasn't my point.
He was making a point, not arguing.
I'm trying to build up to a point here. Okay, if that's the case,
you live your life on a book, John. From 2000
let me ask you
years
this.
ago.
Let me ask you this, Mr. Pye. We're talking about these people.
Why do you believe in that book?
Because I happen to agree with those laws that you're not supposed to sacrifice children.
Well,
I believe that you're not supposed to drink
yeah.
blood.
Yeah, none of us believe in that shit. You don't need a book to tell you that.
Well, why not? Why wouldn't you need a book? Well, if it's my culture,
my inner feeling. I'm saying you quote the book, brother.
I know I do.
This is an innate being in ourselves. Like it's instinctual. We know we don't want to kill and murder and do shit.
We don't.
People say,
but there was a people named Canaanites who did, and we're talking about people who are running
how
their
do you
lives.
know that? Who
How
in
do I
your
know
life
that?
is what Canaanites have fucked you up?
Ancient Egypt knew that the Canaanites attacked Egypt many a time.
Has a Canaanite attacked you?
I'm sure he has.
Ever?
Absolutely, he has.
No.
Who do you think's doing this thing right now in Israel, brother? Who do you think's doing that? Canaan lives, brother.
What's Israel?
Israel
this is all made up. This is all made up bullshit.
Israel's not
all
even
made
supposed
up.
to be a land. It's supposed to be a nation, and it means
It's all made up.
How can you guarantee me there was never a man called Israel? How can you guarantee
well,
me that?
How about this? How
can you guarantee me there was?
Hold on. We're not going to argue about the fucking Bible tonight.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm trying to make a point about what they're doing right now is metaphysically wrong altogether.
Well, sure. I mean, that's agreeable whether it's in the Bible or not. I mean, you're not
especially because it's in the Bible, Dave.
Well,
especially.
Yeah. But
no, John.
It's a terrible fucking situation, and it's been in the brewing for a long time. And as I said before, they want to build that fucking third temple, and the thing standing in its way is that Dome of the Rock. Now, as soon as they commence to taking that thing down, that's when all shit's gonna hit the fan, baby. You can just bet your ass on that.
Damn right. It's a Canaanite temple.
Our favorite 40-year-old frat boy, Benny Johnson, he put a tweet up today. It says, under Trump, we had the heads of Israel and Arab states in the Middle East signing peace accords together at the White House. We had a president who physically visited Israel and visited the Wailing Wall in Jerusalem, the first ever to do so. No, he's not.
Is this just now happening? Trump's over there?
No.
He did that.
Just hang in there. This is great. A guy that I know just responded to this. It says we need strong leadership back in the White House. It's the only way. And then my friend Donnie Darkened on here, he put under Trump, we had a president who would fulfill the Jewish prophecies and bring about the Messianic age. And this is kind of interesting right here. They crowned him the Moshiach, bro.
Okay. Give thanks.
Hey Dave, do you know that Dave,
he probably sits in his boxer shorts and wears that.
Dave, do you ever watch? Did you watch Charlie Freak?
Who?
Charlie Freak.
No.
Okay, so what about Santos Fibonacci?
Santos Fibonacci, I've seen a few of his things. Yeah, I think he's going to be at Flattoberfest.
Okay, so they said when Trump, I know it's crazy with the Q thing. When Trump he was chosen, he was asked to run to do a military against the deep state, against everybody. That's why they're still after him now. So he come in and he fucked up the 2030 plan. Everyone hates Trump. They're trying to destroy him and his family.
Believe that? You actually believe that? Do you actually believe that?
I do.
I don't.
I do.
I see it for the magician's trick that it is.
No, I don't think that, because
How there would never be,
because there was never anyone else ever that's attacked a man. He already was a billionaire. He doesn't have to do this. He's not that much of an egomaniac. He could live his life and go on and under the sun and live it all. He doesn't have to fight for America. If you look at his...
He's not really fighting for America. He's fighting for Israel.
No,
Don't you get it?
Warp Speed, brother. Project Warp Speed.
Listen, he talks a good game, right?
Do you know what?
Listen, he tells you all the shit that you want to hear.
No,
and as soon as he's in, then it's, look, remember, lock her up. Remember all that? You remember all that?
You're wrong.
Didn't do a damn thing.
Wait a second.
No.
You don't remember that. You don't remember where right there, right before the election, lock her up, and the famous debate. The famous
do you
debate.
Do you know how powerful these people are?
Yeah.
Do you know that they're still not? Do you know there's still not a list? There's not an Epstein list still.
Do you know what the WWF is?
Yeah.
Are you saying that they done got to Trump? He used to be a good guy. Now he has no free will.
No. I think Trump is a good guy.
I'm
sorry.
They're so powerful that they can't stop him, or what?
People keep interrupting me, and I've been trying to get to this point right here.
Okay.
Do you remember during his campaign right before the election, famously during the debate, she said, it's a good thing we don't have a man like Donald Trump as president. And he goes, because you'd be in jail. The crowd went fucking freaked out, right? Yay, right? Okay. So then he went on with this, this whole mantra all the time, lock her up, lock her up. Then, as soon as he was elected, he gets up there on the podium, the crowd was screaming, lock her up, lock her up. And he goes, oh, no, we don't care about that anymore. They're good people. Let's leave them alone. What?
No, he didn't.
What?
No, he didn't say this.
The fuck he did. I watched him fucking say it, man.
Yes.
Show me
the other thing he did was he added more police and everything to the force. And what do we already call this place? The prison planet. right? And he's hired the most police or financed the most police in the United States ever.
Here's another aspect of it too. Here's another thing people don't understand either. He swore an oath, right? He's supposed to be anointed by God, I guess. These people all think he's Jesus Trump, right?
Yeah.
Swore an oath to uphold and defend the Constitution of the United States against enemies, foreign and domestic, and then turns around and says, "Oh, I like take the guns, due process later." Red flag.
Because
law.
they
Good.
No,
think
dude,
we're the domestic enemies.
No, that's bullshit taken out of context.
It's not taken out of context.
No.
In what context would that be appropriate?
Did it happen?
Yes.
No, it didn't. No.
Federally?
Yes, they did.
No.
It happened in Katrina.
Hold on. Federally, it didn't, but it happened in a lot of states.
Yep.
No.
Before
Okay.
Trump, it happened after Hurricane Katrina. They went in with the military and took people's weapons that weren't even in the flood.
No.
Yes, they did.
Can I ask you something, brother? You were about to explain to us what Operation Warp Speed was really about. Could you tell us what?
Okay, in my opinion.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember when the entire world was locked down?
No.
Yes. Trump started the lockdowns.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, he did not.
Yes, he
start
damn
the
sure
lockdown.
did. He did start the lockdown.
No, he did not.
That was 2020.
He did not. He said no. He said he did not want to lock the country down. It's up to the states.
No, it actually wasn't. It was up to the Federal Reserve. That's where it came down.
No, but I'm saying
president of the
he said
listen.
he never said no. Listen. No. If you guys did not pay attention, I listened. No, I listened to every speech. Every speech he gave, he said it is up. He would never force a mandate to do that. He had to put out a vaccine for the sleepers, the people that are so dumb, to let the country keep moving. He said he did not want to. If you paid attention to 20,
hold on a minute. You're actually suggesting that you know the mind of an actor, a character that's been presented to you on TV. What the fuck? Dude, he was selling that shit like he was on QVC, man.
Okay.
He still says it's
do you
good.
know?
He still
Okay,
says they're
so
good.
do you know? Hey, so listen. If he did not roll out a vaccine?
All right, look, we're not going to talk about the vaccines no more. I'm not going to.
Okay.
We can't talk about the fucking vaccines. So what did people?
Okay,
don't
so listen. Listen to me real quick. If he did not do that to the people that were scared and afraid, then the whole country. If Hillary would have been
they
there,
couldn't have genocided.
You know, if a frog had wings, it wouldn't bump its ass every time it jumped either.
No, listen, bro. No, it's bullshit. No, it's bullshit. If he did not, the whole country would have been locked down for fucking for
fuck's sake.
We would have still been locked down. Are you kidding me?
A
Yes.
mandate isn't law. It's just a strong suggestion.
If he did not say, "Hey, we have something to cure something from this bullshit," the whole world would have been locked down.
Hold on a second. The dude was all in. Okay, that makes him my enemy.
No, he was all in because
you cannot tell me that Donald Trump, lifelong Democrat,
you
until
don't
he ran
see
for president,
you don't see it, dude.
Even in an interview said that if he did, so he was asked years back, would you ever run for president? He said, if I did, I would run as a Republican because those people are more gullible.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. He's good friends with Hillary and Bill. Has been for many years. Yes. Listen, you're falling for a fucking multi-billion-dollar PR campaign. That's what you're
Keep
following.
keep your enemies close.
Yeah. I didn't know Jeffrey.
I thought he doesn't have to. He's a billionaire. He can do what he wants.
I didn't know Jeffrey Epstein was hustling little girls, so I just hung out with the dude. Fuck that shit, man. Come on,
dude. He never went. Dude, he never went there, but the Clintons did.
He went there.
No.
You can't tell me that this dude did not know what was going on. He's hanging out. He's got the dude there at Mar-a-Lago.
He threw him out. He threw him out of Mar-a-Lago. If you look at the fucking, you don't pay attention. I guess you haven't done enough research.
Whoa, yes, I have. I've done a lot of research.
No,
That's
I don't
why
think
I know that Donald Trump, when he gave that poem, he told that poem about the snake and the old lady. The snake he was referring to was himself. Revelation of the method, brother.
He keeps saying it. Why? Let me ask you, why did he give Fauci the presidential commendation? If it was just about saving us at the time, before he left, he gave Fauci a presidential commendation. Did not fire him.
To put him on Front Street.
Oh, for fuck's sake. He's
Why?
already on Front Street, bro. Come on.
Why would he help Fauci in his cause? Why would he keep saying years later, I did so much good, I saved so many lives?
Dude, it's because it's 5D chess, bro. You guys don't get it. You don't get it.
Let me ask you, can I switch a topic?
You don't get it.
Do you believe that he created Space Force? Do you believe he created Space Force for an alien invasion of the Anunnakis?
No. I think Space Force means internet.
Well, it's a military.
I don't think space means what you guys think it means. Because I don't think there is space. I don't think there's no moon landing. There's no Saturn. We're in a realm. So
well, Trump disagrees with you on that. He created Space Force. Brother.
No, it's called Space Force, but he didn't say what it was.
I think so. Well, why would he do that? Why would he create something and call it Space Force, but he doesn't believe in space? And it's, you see what I'm saying? It's all 5D chess to where we're having to.
Space doesn't mean like outer space. It means inner space, in my opinion.
Do you believe in Zacharias and all that stuff?
What do you think?
Sumerian tablets?
What's up?
Do you believe that stuff about the Sumerian tablets and all that?
John Thomas, I don't. Not like you. I don't believe in a book. I don't know what to believe anymore. My whole world's been flipped upside down, and all this shit that I'm speaking right now, I could be wrong. I could be totally wrong. I just don't think you're right.
Well, wouldn't it?
I don't think that these books, and I think this realm that we're in is, I think it's like a toroidal field. Like it has to do with magnetism. It has to do with polar. I don't know, man. I can't explain it. I'm not fucking that smart.
We're getting too far, way off kilter here now.
I just have one question. It's a simple one. If you don't mind.
Go for it, man. Wait.
Okay.
88 time.
My question is wouldn't it pay to listen instead of just hold on to what you believe? Just listen and see what you might learn from other people when they actually say something. Because when we are very passionate about what we believe, we'll hold on to it forever. We'll fight for it and everything else. But if we do sit back and relax, listen to other people, what they say, we might learn or get a piece of that pie, as your name is. You know what I mean? You'll get another piece of that jigsaw puzzle. That's all I have to say.
Yeah, I don't claim to know it all.
Yeah, me neither.
But if he's playing 5D chess, you have to have a sense of what kind of trap he's getting ready to spring. You know what I'm saying? What would that be?
Well, so I've been late. Literally, I like to do some mushrooms. I like to sit here on my property and look at the stars and ground. And I don't fucking know what's real anymore. I don't want to be like Jack Talcott. I don't know what's real, but like there is a minute for I really do think like if I didn't look at the internet tomorrow, I wouldn't even know this Israel's going on. Like fuck this, fuck all this. Like there's a bunch. There's a guy like you, Dave, and John Thomas. Like you live your life by a book. I don't. I live my life by my presence. Like I do believe in a higher power and stuff, but like I just don't. None of us know the real truth. None of us, dude. Not Dave, not you, John Thomas.
Well, I do know this. I know what's not true. I know what's not true.
Yeah, I agree with. I
know that Trump is not a hero. I know that. I know that he wasn't really a hero when he was in office. Okay. I know that he's a product of being an actor, having been with the WWF, the World Wrestling Federation, good friends with
I
Vince
disagree with you wholeheartedly.
I know. Let me finish. I know you disagree. I'm not finished making my points. Okay.
Okay.
So I do know that he is he's not on the up and up as far as that's concerned. He says a lot of shit that people want to hear, but I'm going to tell you another thing. Donald Trump is an excellent salesman. Okay. And I recognize his sales techniques. Okay. One of which is using positive adjectives, almost an overuse of positive adjectives, saying a list of things that the crowd is going to be in agreement with in order to get them conditioned to agreeing and saying yes.
But Dave, why would these fuckers go after him?
Why?
Give him street cred, brother.
Listen,
give him street cred in your mind.
Just a second,
He's
John.
not being persecuted.
Who said that they are going after him? This is all.
Are you kidding? Are you retarded? Are you retarded? They've been going, he's got like 92 indictments, dude. Like they've been
right. Look,
no, like the Russian collusion, like since 2015.
It's a fucking show, Mr. Pie.
Dude,
You're living your life by a book, brother.
If you don't think, if you don't think they're going after him, then you are delusional.
You really think that's real?
You're delusional.
You really think that's real? Hold on a second. How come all those people that were in Washington that got locked up for January 6th, even people that were just there, how come Donald Trump didn't get fucking locked up?
Why didn't he pardon them? He had time.
He didn't have.
He didn't have.
And they went after Hillary Clinton. Remember, they went after her, and she pleaded immunity with impunity and on the matter, and they had this big, huge show.
They're still after this guy. They won't.
It's all the same bullshit.
So
no. Bill Clinton, Barack Obama, George Bush. No one has been fucking targeted like Donald Trump. If you guys don't see it's
Hillary Clinton was, and
no, it's ridiculous.
It does appear that way. Let me ask you something. Do you think that Andre the Giant really kicked the shit out of Hulk Hogan? Do you think that when he threw him down on the mat and jumped down with his enormous frame onto his throat and shit, that was real? Because that's what you're seeing right now. You're watching staged.
It's never. It's never been this way, ever. Not George Bush.
How old are you?
It's never happened this way, dude.
Mr. Pie, how old are you? How many years have you been alive in this world?
43 years. And if you think that this has always been the way, not George Bush, not Al Gore, not fucking Bill Clinton, not Barack Obama. Barack Obama, everything he said was praised. If you don't see that he was fucking like he could do nothing wrong. Like, he could do nothing wrong for 8 years. If you don't see that, you're fucking retarded.
The best way to deceive somebody.
Donald, no. George
The best
Bush,
way to deceive
Donald
somebody
Trump,
is
Al
get them
Gore.
to agree with
all
you.
These all these fuckers. There's never been a president. The establishment hates Trump. They loved him before, and they want him out because
Can I ask you this?
He's the first. No. He's the only person that said.
Well, Nixon was attacked. He was impeached. You can't say that no other president's been attacked. I remember when I was a little kid. I remember people talking about Nixon and he was impeached and kicked out of office.
Have you guys seen 2030? Have you seen all the
I don't pay attention to the war.
No, there's patents on this shit. If people did any research and paid any attention, he is against the establishment. And if you disagree with that, then you are blind, and then you still don't get it. That's
can I ask you something, Mr. Pye?
Every president that I've ever paid attention to, always in their trying to get elected, goes out and tells everybody what they're going to do and why they're going to do it and everything else.
No, Trump doesn't.
Shut up! I'm talking. Damn it! Thank you. Every single one of them come out and they appease the people and they say, "This is what I'm going to do for you," and they get all the people they can to agree with them and to come together and support them. And then they run on that. But they already know what people are thinking and saying, oh, yes, Trump did the same damn thing. He knew he had the people. He knew he had the backing of the people. Look at his freaking followers, okay? But he came out saying all the right things. Again, shut up, I'm talking, thank you. Disrespectful thing.
Yeah, you're wrong.
So he was held. So he came out and he said that. And just like Saul said, whenever it came to him every time he showed up at another one of his big rallies, lock her up, they chanted. And he would smile and look both ways and everything, lock her up, and then, clap and all that stuff. And they would chant that. And then when he got elected, he said, nah, I'm not going to lock her up.
He thanked Hillary.
He lied to the people to get their vote. And he appeased them and he used deception.
Let me ask you this.
Do you not think that everyone in the world is against that motherfucker?
I'm not a Trump.
He literally said when he came out after he'd won,
and
they were chanting, lock her up. He literally said, oh, we don't care about that anymore. They're good people. Let's leave them alone.
No, he didn't say that.
At his inaugural luncheon,
Yep.
Gave a standing ovation to the Clintons.
Let me ask you this, Mr. Pye. You said that you came here initially over the Mandela effect deal to Dave's channel, right?
What's up?
You said that initially you came to Dave's channel because you were listening about Mandela effects, right? Have you noticed? Have you noticed in the media them talking about Mandela effects? You don't hear it at all, brother. If the media doesn't want to talk about something, they don't. It's as simple. I don't care if Washington D.C. blows up. If they don't want you to talk about it, it's not up.
If you don't get at this point, when the media says we're pro-Israel, if you don't understand,
the media speaks for itself. They don't speak for me or Saul or John or you, do they?
The media speaks for the opposite of what is reality. In 2012, listen. In 2012, Obama changed the laws about propaganda. So you can lie and you can steal and you can fucking make up whatever the fuck you want about somebody. and there's no fucking repercussions.
That's
So
right.
they lie and they lie and they lie. And Donald Trump came in. No,
So,
listen. And Donald
let me
Trump
get
came in and
this
said,
straight.
fake media. No, he said fake media, fake news, fake news, fake news. And he was fucking right. He's been right all
Obama doesn't
along.
make the
All
law.
right, so let me ask you something, Mr. Pye.
He's been
Do
right.
you
all
actually
along.
think? Do you actually think? Now, let's be real. The president doesn't really have a lot of power. The only power he has is really a false power when it comes to executive order, because executive orders are actually kind of unconstitutional. In fact, they really are.
They actually are.
Secondly, outside of that, he only has control of the military, and he has veto power. That's it. Okay. Now, that means that he would have to work in conjunction with other people in government to do something about this. Now, he had those 4 years to drain the swamp, as he called it, when he just filled it with more creatures. Okay? There was no drain. Let me finish a goddamn point. If you don't quit interrupting, I'm going to have to put you backstage, man. You got to stop that. You keep doing that. You do it to Dreamy and you do it to me. And I don't do it. So he filled it with more swamps, creatures. So these people that came in with him, they all turned out to be turds, right? Every last one of them. Mike Pence, he was
Rex
a turd.
Tillerson.
Bannon, he was a turd. All the rest of these people were all turds. Pompeo, turd. All these people, right?
We don't know. We don't know, dude.
Yes, we do.
No,
Christ
we don't
almighty.
know, bro.
Look. I'm not done making my point. Okay, he had 4 years to do this, and we know that he can't do it by himself. He picked a loser team every time he tried to do anything at all, right? Make it appear that he was trying to do something, but he really didn't do anything. And now he's trying to go in there again and say, look how corrupt these people are, blah, 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 blah. He's hitting all the right shit. This is just all part of the show, man.
Yes.
I mean,
and you said the media, everything you see in the media is an opposite of what's happening. But brother, you're saying you believe them when they say they indict him, they raid him. If we want to know what it looks like when they're really against somebody, you look at Gaddafi. That's what it looks like when they're done with your ass. Doesn't look like Donald Trump, you know.
It's a fear
Running
tactic.
for president.
If they can go after the president, or the former president, then they can come after us. Oh my gosh, we should all run and be scared and haul ass under our bed and put the covers over our head. It's a scare tactic. They're going after the president. Oh my gosh, what are we going to do?
Oh my God, Andre the Giant has picked up a chair from the audience and he's chasing Hulk Hogan around with it. He's going to actually hit him with that chair. Oh my God, look, fake blood even. Fuck. Yeah. Don't fall for this dumb shit. You actually think, look, here's the deal. Government is not going to save you from government. That's ridiculous. That's like the shark is going to save you from getting eaten by a shark. No, he's not. He's going to join right in and fucking chow down on you. That's all. You got to get out of this thing, people that are out there thinking, oh, I go to this little suggestion box of slaves, and if I put a mark on a piece of paper, then we're going to end up with Trump, and then we're going to have fucking utopia. Or we're going to end up with this guy. We're going to have utopia. Look, I've been watching this shit. I'm almost 60 years old, man. I've been watching this dumb shit my entire life.
There's never been anything.
It never gets any fucking better.
No, Dave, you're wrong. This has never happened. No, if this has never happened.
Dude, they blew Kennedy's fucking head off. What the fuck are you talking about? This has never happened.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They killed him.
Popped in the theater. Yeah. This never happened.
Guess who his best friend was? JFK Jr. and Donald Trump. You don't think they've been planning? You don't think you don't think the good guys have been planning an attack back off the bad guys?
No, because there are no good guys.
Their whole life? No, you don't think so? You don't think the good guys?
Listen, I'll believe that when I start seeing good cops arresting bad cops. Okay.
I will say this.
You're
I think
cynical
I do
as fuck,
believe
then.
people have. I do believe that people that want to be elected have good intentions when they start out.
Donald Trump's
Because
different.
they
Dude.
listen. Because when they start out, they do not know who's controlling. They do not know who their boss actually is until after they're elected.
I
And
disagree.
then they know. And then they're told what they can and cannot do. And if they don't play the game, they'll be off, just like the others that have been offed.
Day one of a presidency probably starts off with taking the new president into a room, drawing the shades, and a movie projector comes on, and some footage of the Kennedy assassination taken from an angle never seen by the public is shown.
Yeah.
And that's all that needs to be done.
Can I ask you, brother, do you feel like if Donald Trump doesn't succeed in this 5D chess, that this is it? They've won. Is that why that you hang on to him like that? That he is the last hope.
I don't put my fucking faith in a man. I do think that he is on a mission. He's a bad motherfucker.
What is the mission? I've already asked you that.
Listen, John Thomas. I watched every single through C19. I don't want to get the fucking channel fucked up. Through C19, every single day he would do a post. He would do an interview. And
an interview with who?
The press. He did it every day, and I watched it every day. And if you watch what he said and listen to what he said, he did not want to shut down America. He said, "Hey, the states can do what they want. I'm not going to force this on anybody." The only reason that he did the warp speed was to keep the economy open. People don't understand that. People are so fucking retarded. They don't see the 40,000 view what he was doing.
No, look, dude.
No.
Frank Ballard, listen to me. Frank Ballard,
most people are retarded. They didn't understand.
Frank Ballard of the St. Louis Fed, president of the St. Louis Fed, said that this was a planned shutdown of the American economy in the third quarter. He said that in March when they started all the locking down.
Dave, you know Plan 2030. Event 201. Come on, dude. Mm-hmm. If Hillary would have won, which Trump swooped in and they were fucking freaked out, it put their 16-year plan on pause.
Okay.
Trump
seems to be going along right as scheduled.
Dude, if you don't think Trump is against the establishment, then I don't know what to tell you, bro.
Okay, well, you can't convince me. He's all establishment. He's all establishment.
No, I don't agree with you at all.
All right, when he went bankrupt, when the Taj Mahal and all that shit went bankrupt, right? Do you know who bailed him out?
Who?
Rothschild, man. Okay. Need I say more? Who owns him now? Okay, you understand? This is the shit. Yes, it's a great show. These people are great actors. Okay, they're doing a really good job because people are buying this shit.
So then we're all fucked.
Yeah, well, look, we've been fucked.
That's what I just asked you.
So everyone's evil. We're all fucked.
Without Trump, are we screwed?
Do you actually think that there's somebody good going to get in charge? You got to be shitting me, man.
Yes, I do. I believe that there are good people in this world, just like me, just like you, Dave.
Do you understand that by the time you get to that level of politics, you've had to indulge in such scumbaggery that you can't turn back? Okay. These people are highly blackmailed, highly controlled.
So everyone that's that high up is scumbag.
Yes.
You don't think that there's anybody good.
No,
just
not
fucked.
at that level. No, otherwise they wouldn't
Yeah.
be there.
So
They
then
can't
we're just
get
all
there.
fucked. Then we're all just fucked. Why do anything?
Well, we're not fucked. Why? Yeah, exactly. Why?
No,
Why
no,
do
we're
anything?
all fucked.
Exactly.
We're all
My
No,
faith
we're all
is in
fucked.
God, brother, and
Why?
that's what's
Why? Do you
causing
need a
these
mommy and
changes.
daddy? Hold on a second,
There's no
Mr.
one.
Pye. Do you need a mommy and daddy? Why do you need a leader? What the fuck is that for? You can't lead yourself?
I'll lead myself, bro. I'm just
Well,
saying,
there you
like,
go.
are
Then
you
what the fuck? What do you need that for? What do we need that for? Listen, the only thing your government
for the
does.
rest of the goddamn sheep in the world, bro?
Well, what about it? I don't give a fuck about them. I'm concerned about
You
me.
just said push the button, EMP them sheep. Right now,
A
you're ready.
president is only the face of a corporation.
Do
He
you
is
not
not the
think? Do you
owner
not?
or the head of the corporation. Do you not understand that? How much law do you have in your knowledge?
So let me just kind of go because I mean
This is hilarious. So hey, let's just all give up. Let's just all give up.
That's not what we're saying.
Like,
you won't.
like
You're
We're saying not
honestly, like,
participate. We're not
Dreamy, let me
saying
get this. Let me get
no,
this.
no, no,
Sorry.
no, no, because
Hold on, Mr. Pye.
this is no,
Mr.
this is
Pye,
the narrative that
listen
we're.
to me.
This
Hold
is
on,
the narrative
listen
that
to
we're
me.
showing that like everyone in power is a piece of shit.
Yes.
And we're all fucked.
No. Why do you depend?
That's
Hold
your
on, wait.
narrative.
So why? Yes, it is my narrative. No, it's not my narrative. Why are you fucked? Why are you listening to these idiots for? Why do you even have these idiots? Okay.
Why are you
That's the whole
preparing for?
point. That's my whole point. Is why do we even have these idiots? It seems to me that the only thing they do is steal more and more of our shit and get us in problems with more and more people around the world that we don't really have problems with. It seems that our corporate masters have problems with these people in the world. Not me, not you, not Dreamy, not John Thomas, right? So what the fuck do we need these people for? And you're worried about it? What the fuck? I hope nobody wins for president. I hope the government shuts down. You're wanting to paint a burning barn. The barn is burnt to the ground. If we're ever going to have anything, it has to be built again from the ground up, because this thing has got its way through our system like a mesothelioma, a fibrous cancer that you'll have to kill the patient in order to remove it.
I disagree. I disagree wholeheartedly. I think there's people in the background that are good.
Okay, well, let me ask you,
to fix it.
Why do you need a government?
That are working their hardest.
Why do you need a government? Why do you need a government? Well, then what the fuck are you worried about?
I don't care about the government, Dave.
Then what are you worried about?
The military-industrial complex
I'm
is
worried
a business.
I'm worried about the mind state of people.
How about this is where you change the mindset of people, right? Is you be that change you want to see. Yes. You don't worry. Listen. You stop worrying about other people. That's where they get you. That's how they get you in fear of other people. Okay. Don't worry about other people. You be.
But I do, Dave.
Why?
I think you care about people. Do you care about people?
I care about people, but I'm not going to worry about other people and what their beliefs may be. That's up to them. Okay. I'll wake you up to reality. I'll wake you up to reality. But from there, you have to really look at it. Okay. Everybody's about shitting all over themselves about who's going to be the next goddamn plantation master. It's like, are you kidding me? Are you fucking people really kidding me? And all you're going to do is, and this other half is going to bitch. This half's going to go yay. And then the next time it comes around, they're going to cheat again. They're going to put another motherfucker up there for you to get
well,
it.
I guess then I guess it doesn't matter, right?
It doesn't.
When we stop participating, we take their power away.
That's exactly right.
We don't participate.
Hey, listen. I live on a property where I have 2 wells, 20 gallons per minute.
Do you pay taxes on that property? Do you pay taxes?
It doesn't matter. Everybody fucking pays taxes on.
Okay, then you don't own it.
Are you fucking what? That's the dumbest question I've ever heard in my life.
You don't own it if you're paying a fee, a rental fee
no
to stay
shit,
there.
Motherfucker. Nobody does.
Right.
Exactly. So, and where are we supposed to go?
Where'd they get the authority? Where'd they get the authority to do that?
To rule the land, to take it.
I don't say it's right, but I'm saying tell me one person that doesn't pay taxes on their property.
Well, that's why we're saying stop participating in the bullshit.
Okay,
You should be able you should be able to just take and live on that land like when the way it was in the early.
I wish.
And would you stop already for Pete's sake and just listen? Okay, just for a moment. Back whenever they allowed homesteading. Listen.
He can't
Listen.
fucking do it.
He can't.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you for your permission. Go ahead.
When
James.
they started the homesteading, it was to give every military person that fought and joined the services land for payment. That was what the Homesteading Act was about. Before that, people would just travel across the country. They would find a plot that they liked. Hey, I like this little area. And they settled there. They didn't ask for permission.
Right.
They didn't have to pay any taxes or nothing. They just set up home and built their cabin, their house, or whatever. And that's how they would. No, nobody owned it. The same with the natives. They talk about this. Nobody owns the land.
Who gives a fuck? Why does this matter right now?
Oh my gosh, because it goes to everything.
No, it doesn't matter right now.
No one has a right.
That's a nice story, but it doesn't fucking matter right now.
Well, here's something that matters.
Well, it should fucking matter.
You just got done telling me you own some land. No, you don't. Look at your deed.
He's renting it.
Mortgage. Look at your deed. It lists you.
That's my whole fucking point. We don't own shit.
Right.
What she's talking about. We don't own shit.
So,
None
right.
of us own
And who's responsible for that?
You're participating in the system.
Well, wait a second.
Who's not? Who's not?
Wait.
Are you?
God
you?
damn
Are
it!
you,
Would you stick to your fucking point? So, who decided that you are a tenant and you can't own land? Who fucking decided that?
I don't know. You tell me, Dave.
Was it you?
Do you have the fucking answer?
Well, wait a second. Yeah, I do.
It's the overlord. So who gives a fuck?
Right.
None of us.
So why would you? Why,
I don't own my land. She doesn't own her land. Nobody owns fucking any land.
And you wouldn't listen to the answer if it bounced up and slapped you in the face or bit you like a viper.
I don't know if you checked your fucking pie hole, Mr. Pie, long enough for me to make the goddamn point. Maybe you could hear it.
Yeah, make a point. Make a point.
Okay. Now, the point is that you were mortgaged long time ago. All the land in this country was mortgaged to pay for a bankruptcy. Okay. You didn't have any say in that. The people that you go and cheer on are the very people that are responsible for doing that. Okay.
I don't cheer on anybody. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Are you going to go vote? Are you going to vote?
No.
Your labor is
You're
what
going to
was
vote. Then
voted.
you're actually consenting to it then.
I'm not voting.
Okay. So
you live on a slave plantation. Why do you want to continue to participate? Shouldn't we want to end the slavery of all peoples?
What are you talking about?
If Trump's running, doesn't he be asking you to
You're so
vote
freaking
for him?
high, you couldn't make sense if you was born in a Cracker Jack box.
Yeah.
Can I ask you something, Mr. Brother?
John Thomas, no, we're not going to ask any more questions. I'm going to cut this down because I'm coming up on a long time here. And it's time for me I want to eat. So we'll continue this on again tomorrow night, same time, 9:35. Does that sound good to everybody?
Sounds good.
All right. But yeah, think about that.
You know, brother, because I have some questions for you still.
Yeah, we'll get into those tomorrow. Yeah, at the rate that he's interrupting right now, it'll take you about an hour and a half to get your first question out. And I don't have that time right now. So I'm going to say goodnight to everybody. And I'm going to say our favorite tagline that the Lord, well, there's Dreamy again. How did I get Dreamy up there? I don't know how that happened. Hold on a second. I need to go over here. There we go. So as we always say, Lord loves the working man. Don't trust Whitey. See your doctor and get rid of his ass. You guys hang for a second too. So yeah, good night, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow.
Good night.